Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's William Rayner.
Morning, morning. How's everyone doing? Good, yeah. Probably a little late night with the opening party last night, so it looks like a slow-moving crowd this morning. But nonetheless, we're going to kick off the talks today. As I said yesterday, my name is Will Renoir, and I'm a member of the BD team at the Near Foundation, covering everything from sports media entertainment BD to doing some of the NEARCON sponsorship sales and more. Just want to let y'all know again, we've got the cameras in the back here and the side here that will be recording all of these sessions for y'all, and they'll be published to YouTube after the fact. For this morning's talks, we're actually going to be talking about operating advice for builders. So this can range from everything from hiring to pitching and more. So if you're a builder and you're looking to get some advice, this is going to be a great morning session for you. First up, we're going to have Dan Eskow coming from Jersey, giving operating advice how to hire smart in Web3. And as I did yesterday, fun fact about Dan, he actually has a cigar collection of over 1,000 cigars. Pretty impressive. So please welcome Dan Eskow.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thank you, Will. Appreciate you, bro. Salute, Near. What's up, Lisbon? Thanks for having me. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. So the topic for the talk this afternoon is going to be, how to hire effectively in Web3. And we're directing this really not towards candidates, but we're directing this towards founders. So here's, I'm going to break down a couple of best practices for you to be effective. And, and I'm really gearing this towards early stage projects that are looking to, make their first couple of key hires. That's kind of what I specialize in. So to kick this off, I think if you leave this talk with one takeaway, it should be this. Hiring is not about selling an opportunity. It's about understanding what's important to the person you're evaluating. Let me run that back one time. Hiring is not about selling an opportunity. It's about understanding what's important to the candidates you're evaluating, right? And to break that down and unpack it just a little bit further, I think from there's two things that are important. Number one, as a founder, you need to be self-aware. And what I mean by that is you need to understand kind of where your project stands in the ecosystem. And you need to understand what are the pros and cons and selling points that you have. So you need to understand, if you're a candidate, what other opportunities are they going to be interviewing for that's competitive, and how can you kind of leverage what your strengths are to make that opportunity attractive, right? And so to take it one step further, you need to understand some of the most important things that candidates consider when they're looking at taking a new job. And a few of the things that come to mind to me: stability, base salary, culture. What's the vibe? Stability. Is this company going to exist in 6 months to a year? How can you prove to me that this company is going to stay around? Salary, can I pay my bills? Culture, how am I going to feel every day at work? What's the vibe? Am I going to be happy doing this? Brand and reputation, am I going to get some clout for, updating my LinkedIn with this? Are people going to show me love and respect the work that I'm doing? That's important, especially in non-technical roles, right? And then the other thing I would say is opportunity to learn and grow. So for a technical example, is what I'm building going to teach me a new set of skills that's going to build on what I already have to make me a more well-rounded candidate in the future, right? For a non-technical role like a salesperson, is this an opportunity for me to meet a different part of the space, a different niche, and grow my network in that side, right? So I think all that stuff is really important. And I actually just last week put out a survey to about 15,000 people who have applied to my jobs. And I asked them to rank those things in order of importance. And I don't know if anyone could take a guess of what was by far number one. Well, you would think, but actually it was salary, believe it or not, right? It was salary. And to jump off that a little bit, I think it's an important point that, founders need to understand that they need to share in the financial risk with the candidate, right? I can't tell you how many times I speak to a founder and they're like, oh, we want someone who's motivated by the upside. We want someone who wants equity, tokens. Cool. They also have bills to pay. And subliminally, subconsciously, the message that you're sending is that I want you to take all the risk, candidate. I'm not going to invest in you. I want you to invest in me. No, that's not how it works. We have to share in this, right? And there's always a compromise to be made. People in this industry that are even at all looking at early stage projects, they understand there's upside to be had. And it's incumbent upon you, the founder, to show that value, but also show them that, hey, I'm right here with you taking this risk. I don't have $57 million right now. I have $3 to $5 million, and I'm willing to spend it on you. And here's why, So show that this person's important to you. That's really, really important. So, in addition to that, another major red flag that I see very, very often from founders is the mindset of I don't want to waste my time speaking to 100 candidates to make 3 or 4 hires. I don't want to waste my time in 30-minute calls. I want to do a quick 15-minute screen, or maybe I don't even want to do that. I want to send you a test or something before we even speak, right? And that's a huge, huge, huge red flag to me, because what does that tell me? That you, the founder, the hiring manager, are not investing your time in making this hire. And so when you tell me it's a waste of your time, I tell you, I couldn't disagree more. Bro, you should be spending more time. If this isn't important to you, and you can't turn hiring into an algorithm. There's just too many variables. You can't build a system to where you're only gonna get the top 5 people that's not how it works here, especially in early stage projects. And you have to go into this knowing this is important to you, and you're willing to invest your own time and money in this, right? And so I'll give you another point, and to illustrate this point, I'll use an example. One of my favorite clients that I love to pump their bags and I love to talk about and I love to work with is Berachain. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Berachain. Super fun team, super fun project, right? I'll tell you one thing that Berachain did that was a huge, I really respected it, and I would love to see more of this, right? And what I think they do is they bet on themselves. They bet on their instincts, and they're willing to take calculated risks, taking calculated risk. And what do I mean by that? So let's take a scenario, right, where let's say you're interviewing for a BD role. You're interviewing BD candidates, and you have 2 resumes up in front of you. I don't want to lose my mic here, but you have 2 resumes up in front of you, right? And you're interviewing 2 candidates. One of them is, let's say he worked at Chainlink. He was the director of BD at Chainlink, and before that he was at Coinbase, and he's got a crazy network, and he could list all these people that will take the calls with him and everything like that, right? But you interview him and he sucks. He or she sucks. They're a dud. You bad vibes. You feel I don't know if this is gonna work out, but damn, that resume looks good. Damn, I know he or she could book me some really impactful meetings, right? And then you have another candidate who has a product background. Now, this really happened. I wish I could dox the actual person, but you know how Berachain is. So let's say the candidate has a product background, but he or she is cool as hell. They know people. They're smooth. They're great socialized, great in social settings, and they know how to deliver a message, right? That's what BD people do. Deliver messages effectively, capture people's attention, and make shit happen, right? 99.9% of the time, companies are going to go with the first option, even though in their gut, in their heart, they know this is a dud. They know this is a mistake. But why are they making that choice? Because it feels less risky, right? And they can justify it easier to investors, right? They'll look at their investors and say, oh, look, I got a guy from Chainlink. You know this guy sucks, but you hired him anyway because it was less risky. Berachain bets on their own instincts. They bet on themselves. They know, all right, this product guy, he's never done BD before, but I could see it in him, and I know what I'm looking for, and that he's got that fire, and I could work with that, right? And for me, I'm really, really bullish on teams that know what they're looking for and know how to curate and cultivate and build someone up. And those are the people that are going to work 100x for you and help you grow. And the reality is, if you're an early stage project struggling to hire, frankly, like you might not have a choice. But I see it time and time again that, people waste a ton of time trying to go with the big A+ superstar when that's not always realistic and it's not always the best choice anyway. So point of what I just said, take calculated risks, understand what you need and bet on yourself. If you're a founder and those are the founders that are going to win in the long run. That's my thought on that. Let's see, what else? Another thing, on the topic of Bearchain that they do extremely well is they've amplified their culture, right? I mean, everyone, if you do one quick scroll on Bearchain Twitter, you'll understand what the vibe is. And I think they've really leaned into that as a selling point. Doesn't hurt to have $42 million in the bank, but the culture definitely is a huge, huge selling point for them. And I think, I think every startup needs to kind of lean into what the vibe is and build off that. Okay, let's see, what else? And so, okay, and another thing that I've noticed a few times that has been a winner for early stage companies is when they educate candidates during the interview process. So let me give you another example here. Can't name the shop, but I have a crypto trading shop that's doing some cool stuff on DeFi, and I had a candidate, PhD from Berkeley, former Hudson River Trading, former Alameda. Beast, top 1% trader candidate, probably a $7 million a year kind of guy, right? And he, after a couple of interviews with this company, he said, I'm offended by this offer. It's $200K base. Dude, I made $7 million last year, right? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, but dude, everyone loves this company. I don't know, you might be missing something. Take one more call with the founder. And what this founder was able to do on that call is basically teach him something about Ethereum that the candidate wasn't aware of, and it unlocked his vision about that company, and he saw the potential. And when I first spoke to him, I said to my guys, 20% chance this guy accepts the offer. He's so negative about this, never gonna happen. Completely turned around after that call. And to bring it back full circle, from what I heard, that was a 3-hour call that they went on to explain the vision and explain what this guy was missing as far as the Ethereum knowledge. And full circle, that's an investment of time in that hiring manager to teach a lesson to that person. And don't assume just because the candidate doesn't know one thing about what you're building that he's not legit. Don't assume that they know everything. Spend the time, teach them something, and hopefully they'll come around to see what you see. But I think that's I think that's most of what I got here today. Again, appreciate the time. Salute to Near. Thanks for having me. And I'm around for the rest of the day. If anyone has questions or wants to hit me up, you know where to find me. Salute. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Sorry I missed the question about what is most important, but good insight, actually. I really, really appreciated that. Next slide, please. There we go. All right, next up on our operating advice session, we're going to have Dave Balter from Flipside Crypto talking about how L2s and Near built through the bear market. He's from Vermont, and fun fact about Dave, he both loves and hates music. So please give it up for Dave Balter.
Okay. So let's roll back the clock to May of 2022. Everyone's talking about being in a bear market, largely precipitated by our friends at Terra. Slides, clicky. There you go, okay. So largely precipitated by our friends at Terra. Now, this didn't feel very much like a bear market. It felt fat and lazy and soft and cuddly and kind of cute. So you fast forward now, 18 months later, here we are today. This is a little bit more like what a bear market feels like. It's a bear in a bag. Now, the last 18 months have been brutal. SBF, FTX, Celsius, BlockFi, Taurus have left, regulation by litigation, countless startups have failed, and among others, L2s, their protocols, blockchains have had to do a lot to survive during this era. So what I've been asked to speak about today is how did L2s perform in this bear market? Or if you want to think about it differently, why blockchains are like grocery stores with sports teams that operate like banks. Now, bear with me on this. I promise you it's going to be interesting. So like all good stories, this story begins with milk rolls. If you don't know what milk rolls are, they are a soft, round British bread. They were created in 1863 or so, most associated with Blackpool out of the UK. And if you live in the UK, you may go to Tesco to get your milk rolls. Now, about 20 years ago, 2 decades ago, Tesco was doing an evaluation of all of their products across all of their stores, and they noticed something pretty obvious. Milk rolls sold really poorly. Nobody wanted to buy milk rolls. So they went to pull them off the shelves. They were going to get rid of milk rolls across all stores until one analyst internally did a study and found out that the top 1% of all buyers in the store, people who bought the most often, came there solely to get milk rolls. And so you can imagine what Tesco did. They left the milk rolls on the shelves, and the lesson is your most loyal customers are likely to behave differently than others. Which brings us to sports teams, and speaking of the UK, we're going to talk about a sports team called Derby County. Now, some of you might not know Derby County. They go on record for their 2007-2008 season, which was the worst record ever. They had 1 win, 8 draws, and 29 losses. It got so bad that the opposing team would stand at the midfield line and they would kick goals in from the midfield line just to make fun of the opposing team. Now, what's amazing about this is that even with this history, 23,000 attendees showed up to every single game, and in 19 out of 23 seasons, they were the top 20 of attendance. Okay? So what's happening here? That even in bad markets, your loyal fans are going to remain loyal. Okay, which brings us to the last piece, which are banks. Now, we've all been through 2023. Most of you probably remember earlier in the year, SVB was the 3rd largest bank failure in US history. Some background on SVB, they were founded in 1983 or so. In 2015, they supported 65% of all US startups, and by December of 2022, 56% of their loans were to venture capitalists, 85% of which were uninsured. So now, due to some poor risk management decisions, due to rising interest rates, they got in trouble, and the VCs went out and told all of their portfolio companies to take their money out of SVB. And so the classic bank run was on, and SVB had a bit of pain, and by March 17th of 2023, they declared bankruptcy. And the lesson here is that banking, the only thing that matters is how much liquidity you have. Okay, now you may be wondering why I'm telling you all this. I'm going to remind you again that the data shows that blockchains are like grocery stores with sports teams that operate like banks. Okay, now the data I'm about to show you, you're going to ask, where the hell did you get this data? The data comes from Flipside Crypto. There's 140,000 analysts in Flipside Crypto. They produce 88,000 queries every single day. They produce 123 dashboards every single day. And you might ask why they do that. The first reason is because the data is entirely free. So anyone can come use that data to do whatever they want with it. They can download it to their heart's content, run queries, do everything they want to do with it. And in the ultimate bear market hack, if you're an analyst, you can come and get paid by us to run queries. Okay, now let me show you how this works. We take delegations from our blockchain partners. We stake those delegations. We turn that into yield, and we take that yield and we break it into little bite-sized bounty payments, and we use those to incentivize analysts to build on demand whatever is needed. So if we want to go ask a bunch of analysts what happened to L2s in a bear market, they will actually give us all sorts of insights that we can begin to base this on. So let's get to the data. So the first thing we're going to show you is that truly in a bear market, L2s acted like banks and they pursued liquidity. So here's the first bit of data. None of this is going to be a surprise. You've got Arbitrum at the top, 1.8 billion in assets, 400 million from GMX. You've got Optimism at 600 million. They have $68 from me, so that adds to the tally there. You have Base at 300 million, Arrow, which is ZK Sync, has 115 million, and Near, which is not an L2, has 70 million. That's really important. Okay, liquidity is essential. It's critical for solvency. For most L2s, it's the thing that powers DeFi and lending and DEXs and everything in between. But there's also a problem, which is liquidity is a FOMO shell game. Okay, take, for example, ZK Sync. ZK Sync, as we all sort of know, has been a hot topic lately. They raised $458 million in capital, 3.5 times that of Arbitrum. And everybody's waiting for a ZK Sync airdrop. If you go online, you're going to see all sorts of blogs that say, like, ooh, here's how you do all these things to get your ZK Sync airdrop when it happens. Okay, now, what does that do? That means that people in this space who have liquidity in other L2s are shifting them around. So right here, you've got a Sankey chart, which shows that 550 million of Ethereum outflowed into ZK Sync last month alone. Okay, that is assets sloshing around. And so while these liquidity pools are critical, they are very fleeting. And so much like a bank, which you might change for customer service or points or some other reason, you're going to watch this money move around. So it's a bit of a dangerous game, which brings us to sports teams. If you think about Near, their fans might be developers. And if you look at what their developers are doing on GitHub, you can see it's a pretty powerful story. At the top, you've got repos, 100 repos, top 100 repos, and beneath that, from March of 2018 or so going forward, how many developers are starting to contribute to the ecosystem. So here's some fun stats. 1.8 thousand or so, 1,800 or so developers have contributed. According to Electric Capital, there's 20,000 developers in the whole space, so you've got nearly 10% of the audience. 2,000 repositories created. 5.4 new repos are being created per day now, with 1.12 commits per day on average. So pretty stellar information. Now, what happens when developers start behaving well on chain is they begin attracting users. Okay? And the way that they do that is that those developers build applications. So yesterday we heard from Cosmos AI. 3 days in August and September, 1 million new users were added to Near from Cosmos's technology. Now, Cosmos, if you don't know, is omni-channel shopping. It sort of helps retailers predict exactly what shoppers are going to do. And the way that they did this is they built an app called Kai. Now, Kai is what they call shoppertainment. It gamifies the idea of shopping. You might download some wallpaper and it shows you ads. You might get a drop for a special product that only shows up for 100 seconds and you got to buy it right away. It's got celebrities and all sorts of other stuff. And it's driving people right in to want to buy more and more, and they get rewarded in crypto for that. Okay, now you might be asking yourself, like, loyalty, shopping, I've seen this before, it's called Groupon. How many people shop on Groupon today? Yeah, you 0. This guy almost gave me one. That's true. Most of us don't shop on Groupon anymore. We don't really care about it. It's good for whale watches, by the way. If you want to go on a whale watch, that's where you might go. Groupon has 1.42 billion in assets right now. Okay, so when you talk about loyalty, all of us, I mean, me included, I don't shop on Groupon, nothing against Groupon, but I don't shop on Groupon, but holy crap, that's still pretty big all these years later. The most loyal fans remain loyal over time. Okay, now this whole time you're probably scratching your head and say, but what about the goddamn milk rolls? I care about those milk rolls. Top 1% of shoppers. How do we think that the loyal customers who are hanging out within Near, how do we think they're behaving? Maybe differently from others, which is true. On average, the customers or the users in Near who are doing 5 or more transactions, that's happening 4 to 10 times more often than on other chains. Okay, so 4 to 10 times more than on other L2s or blockchains. So about 2 million, rolling last quarter, you got about 2 million wallets with 5 or more transactions in Near, and in other comparables, they're less than 500,000, less than 200,000. Okay, so what does that look like from a retention basis, which becomes the ultimate question? Are people sticking around? For Near, you have about 28% retention over 2 months, and other chains, 23%, 15%, lower and lower. Okay, so what does this really mean? If you want to think about this, users who show up to blockchains for liquidity behave very differently than users who show up to take part in dApps and other types of programs. And if you're looking for long-term retention and engagement, You're going to go after folks who are developing products that are going to sustain users for the long run. So let's summarize a little bit here. Liquidity is important, but extremely high risk. Those are your banks, okay? So you got to have liquidity, but it's very high risk. Creating developer loyalty is critical. Those are your sports teams. You want developers to be there, your fans are going to stick around, and your best users will behave differently once they start to engage, much like the milk roll buyers in a grocery store. Okay, so the lesson here, if you haven't figured this out yet, is if your bank doesn't have enough liquidity, then there's not enough money to buy milk rolls to put on the jersey of your favorite sports team, possibly. Okay, but this is crypto, so if you stake the jersey, you're going to get milk roll socks. Nobody wants socks? Okay, it's probably not true. Okay, if you want more data on layer 2s, TKV Research is an amazing analyst. He built a dashboard on Flipside called Layer 2 Wars. It's at fscrypto.co/layer2. Definitely go check that out. Updates in real time. Pretty amazing stuff. And I was asked a little bit, since we're talking about bear markets, I was asked a little bit to sort of summarize what it might be like to build in a bear market. So I have 4 tips for you if you're building. We all got sort of gone through the last 18 months. 4 tips for building in this recent bear market. So the first is avoid building for the bull. We heard a lot of people actually trying to build products waiting for a bull market to come back. You got to build whatever product you build, you got to build for the time you're in at the time you're in it. Otherwise, you're at problem 2, which is you are going to struggle to survive. If you're not here, you're not going to be able to get into a bull market. So you might have to do some things. You might have to reduce employees. You might have to churn out some stuff, but you got to size your business to survive. Number 3, let the tourists leave. Hey, this is really important. Both your users, many developers, many users might go elsewhere. That's okay. They were here for a period of time, they're gone. And some of your talent that maybe were recruited in from big companies during the last bull market, they're going to go. That's okay. Because the last piece is you want quality wallets to stick around. Quality users and wallets will stick around for the long run. Okay, so the last thing I'll leave you with is, if you're like me, the last 6 weeks felt a bit different, sort of like maybe a nicer bear is coming and maybe we're heading towards a bull, and this should be a good thing for you, because if you've realized it by now, the best companies actually get built during bear markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Great talk. I never would have imagined that milk roll, sports teams, and banks would have been looped into a crypto conference, but here we are. Great analogy there, Dave. I really enjoyed that. For our next talk, there we go, on time. We have more operating advice, how to pitch with honesty, passion, and no deck. Joining us will be Sal Ternullo, and he is a fun fact about Sal. First, he's from Boston. Second, he was actually a junior Olympic gymnast. Pretty cool. All right, give it up for Sal.
Awesome. Thanks, Will. Appreciate it. I promise there's no gymnastics coming for me today. I'm about 15 years removed from that part of my life. But thank you, everybody, for being here today. I'm here to share a bit about my experience operating on the buy side as an early-stage venture investor over the past 5 years. And hopefully a few folks in this room can walk away with lessons that help to accelerate their capital raise in a new endeavor or something that they're building. So a little context on me and the fund that I operate. I've been in the crypto industry my entire life. I found Bitcoin in 2012. My career started on the institutional side of the space, working at State Street in an emerging technology role, after which I went to KPMG, where I had the pleasure of starting an institutional crypto business right as the 2017 cycle ended. So I was off to market talking about how banks and institutions would adopt an asset class that dropped by 70% in my first 4 weeks of work. The experience there was quite exceptional, but was kind of built on fundamentals that are very different from the space I work in now. And frankly, the last 3 years have taught me lessons that neither my education in finance, accounting, background at State Street, or work in consulting could teach me. And I think they're some of the most important lessons that you can take away and actually use to accelerate how you form capital around a business. So I started in 2021, joining up with Tom Saris and building the Tomorrow Fund, which is an early stage Web3 venture product that has invested over the past 3 years across 60 portfolio companies in 6 different Layer 1 ecosystems. We have about 10 founders inside of the NEAR ecosystem, many of which who are at the conference today and giving talks, discussions in different ways. And I hope that the kind of perspective I share is one that is based off of those experiences, but helps other founders in the room to raise capital. So before we jump in and kind of share some of those lessons and perspectives, who in this room was successful in raising or closing a lead investor in a pre-seed or seed round over the past 6 months? I see one. I think we all owe a round of applause for doing that. The last 6 months were the hardest time period in my entire experience in the last 5 years of forming capital at any phase of the capital life cycle, whether it was pre-seed, seed, Series A, and even in later stages as well. So beyond that, is there anybody in the room right now that's looking at raising a pre-seed round for the first time or seed round? We've got 3 or 4. Awesome. Well, I hope a couple things I share with you can accelerate you on that journey. The reality is the perspective I'm sharing is going to come from this pre-seed lens and is not as relevant as you start to get more mature as an organization into your Series A, Series B, where fundamentals, metrics, and data matter more. But what I want to share is kind of a perspective of the idea and psychology of early stage investors at the pre-seed phase. And that psychology is super, super important to understand and something that founders often miss. And so as you step into the room to engage with investor community, the reality at the pre-seed and seed phase is that 50% of the investor decision model is you as a human being. And oftentimes folks miss this understanding, and as a result of that, fail to convert pre-seed and seed checks and end up spending an incredible amount of energy, time, working on the capital raise process, spending 6 to 9 months doing so, and departing from core fundamentals and building their business, hiring key resources, and starting to scale what they're doing. And so as we step in, I was thinking about making a deck for today, and I was like, I don't know how I could possibly make a deck for a conversation that focuses on how to pitch with passion, honesty, and no pitch deck. And so I don't have beautiful slides like Dave did, but that was an incredible progression of slides with great humor laid across it. The reason that I proposed talking on this topic correlates to the first point I made, that we're investing in you as 50% of the decision model. And so many times I've seen founders get on the phone, open up a Zoom, and immediately try to pull up a pitch deck. And the second they do that, the likelihood that I'm writing a check or that other venture investors I know will write a check decreases by 70, 80%. At the end of the day, we're all human beings, including the folks on the opposite side of the phone. And if you don't establish rapport and a foundational understanding of both who you are as a person, as well as who your counterparty is, there's a wide gap to try to close them with conviction. And so I'll give a couple tips and tricks of do's and don'ts, and these are, again, my perspective. Other investors have different points of view on the world, but I think this will help you close capital. So as you jump into your conversations and you're engaging with folks, you're opening this discussion and you're introducing yourself. I want to know who you are as a person. I want to know what makes you tick. I want to understand why the passion that you have and conviction around what you're building will catapult you to incredible heights and empower you through adversity that you will inevitably face, not just in your pre-seed and seed phase of your journey, but across the whole life cycle of the business. I was chatting with Zach, who's a member of our team at the fund, about the most successful companies in our portfolio and their breakout inflection points where they go from, question marks as to whether or not they'll make it through the end of the next month to an M&A event or some significant financing milestone that changes the entire arc of that business. And that moment of adversity is not something that you can get through if you don't have fundamental alignment of passion and purpose to the vision that you're building, because those moments can break people and often do. And so I want to sit down, I want to hear from you, I want to get that perspective of what really drives you. And ultimately, I also want to be able to share a bit about my self-thesis and perspective. I think probably everybody in this room can agree that venture investors have no ego, are super humble, and definitely don't want to talk about themselves. So I think that was my attempt at a joke. I'm not nearly as funny as Dave Balter, but that was my attempt. Being serious about this point, there isn't a requirement in my mind to build rapport and to get an investor to conviction, which is the idea that you should walk into that room, introduce yourself, demonstrate an understanding of the thesis of the investor that you're engaging with, portfolio construction behind them, potential competitors that you need to interact with, all of which form the basis of their mental models and how they think about investing. And that first 5 minutes of a conversation is incredibly important to allow you to augment and be dynamic in your pitch process. And once you spend that 5 minutes, 7 minutes understanding their theses, their portfolio construction, et cetera, you can be agile in that conversation, which is the first evidence that I get as an investor to demonstrate your agility and whether or not you can actually pivot in the future. Are you intellectually competent enough in this topic domain to be able to hear feedback from an investor about how they think about the world and then drive your narrative to bring those points home in your conversation? And this is something that so often people miss when they jump directly into a pitch deck and pull it up on screen and run through a talk track. At the end of the day, 95% of the stuff that you put on your pitch deck is probably bullshit, and I know it's not actually going to happen. I think many other investors agree with that as well. The vision of where you're going may be accurate, but if you show me revenue models on a 5-year horizon as a pre-seed company or a seed company, you're joking yourself, you're joking me, and it's kind of just a waste of both of our time. So the kind of next point of do's and don'ts is, as you're going through this process, I'm not saying it's not important to have a pitch deck. It's super important to have a pitch deck, but your pitch deck is an enabling tool and resource that facilitates a dialogue and discussion. And so you have your pitch deck ready, you're engaging in that conversation, and when an investor asks you a hard question about competitive landscape or the market you're going after or roadmap, you immediately have a response. You can pull that slide up. It's like, great question, here you go, boom. And that enters your pitch deck in a track that facilitates a more cohesive dialogue, but also demonstrates to me that you have mastery of the core fundamentals of what a pitch deck requires, with the confidence and conviction of what you're building, that you don't need to rely on it as a crutch throughout the entire pitch process. I think the most successful founders, and we have about 10 founders in the Near ecosystem, have never used a pitch deck in their initial pitch discussion. They always send it to Zach and the analyst team, and the analyst team comes back with great questions around the pitch deck that help to accelerate our diligence, and oftentimes provide feedback on the pitch deck that can help you guys in terms of tuning and tweaking. But at the end of the day, I think we've done 10 deals in Near thus far, and on looking back and thinking about those initial conversations, 8 out of 10 never pulled up a deck in the discussion. What I really wanted to see through those conversations, and I think Tom reflects similarly, is can we have this conversational dialogue and iterate quickly on hard questions? And by pressure testing through questions, we can understand quite quickly whether or not you have complete mastery of a subject matter domain and whether or not you've been thinking at the level of depth that is appropriate for trying to go and build this thing. And so as you guys think about this next chapter, guys and gals, and many female founders in the room here as well in the Near ecosystem, which I think is exceptional, given the kind of composition of our industry. But as you think about this kind of chapter of capital formation, you should do so knowing that your passion, your purpose, and your conviction in what you're building are the core drivers that make me want to invest behind you. And I think that's common with many investors in this industry. The kind of closing point that I'll make and kind of section of this is, at the end of the day, it's a person, it's a human, it's 50% of the decision model. And so the rapport that you build both in the initial part of the discussion, as well as the follow-up engagement and interactions, are the demonstration of your behavior and your willingness to push through the tough moments that inevitably come on a founder journey. The folks that rely on a pitch deck and end up going through a 12-slide, discussion of a talk track that they've done before is not a conviction-building narrative that closes the phone and makes me excited to follow up with that founder. And so at the end of the day, as you're pursuing your pre-seed and seed investors, you're building partnerships that cascade across a decade journey. And so you want to be a human. You want to engage on a level that has rapport in a way that you know that at the end of the day, when that moment of adversity hits, you can call me because I believe in you. And even if it's bad news, you can call me at midnight or Saturday or Sunday or whatever. I'll be on the phone with you for an hour because we're partners in a journey. And the way you build that partnership is through a relationship. It's not just a transactional model of here's my 12 slides, give me $250,000 and check in with me in 6 months. It's an understanding on both sides of the table that there's going to be great success and there's going to be great failure. And if you build a relationship with your investors and you build a partnership with those folks, then you know that in the moments of adversity, you can rely on them to help you through those challenges. And so in closing, I think hopefully a couple of the points I've made here can kind of inspire folks in the room today to not rely on pitching with a pitch deck, but instead to rely on themselves, their vision, conviction, and ultimately passion, which creates alignment to success in a way that is unique. So all of that being said, I appreciate everybody being here today. I'm going to be around for the rest of the conference. I'm leaving on Friday. So to the extent that any of you guys are off, guys and gals are off raising your first round, I'm happy to chat through that, hopefully give you some advice. And to the extent that anybody is raising, we're definitely interested in taking a chat. Zach and I can do that at any time over the next couple of days. So without further ado, thank you all.
Thank you, Sal. Great talk. I just wish my manager was here, so hopefully he could give me less pitch deck work to do in the next few weeks. So great talk, Sal. I really appreciate it. Up next, we have Lisa coming from Singapore to talk about evaluating economic risks for protocols. And as always, fun fact about Lisa, she has actually lived in 6 different countries already. I've only lived in America. So Lisa, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon and good morning. I really enjoyed Sal's pitch because Sal talked about how do you pitch. And today I'm going to talk to you about how to build, how to analyze, how to build something robust so that you can pitch something relevant to your investors. So show of hands, who here are founders? Good. And who here are investors? VC, investors, angels. Okay, that's also good. The rest of you guys, where are you guys from? Are you in marketing? Are you in sales?
Business development.
BD, okay, great. Marketing, all right. So this is also relevant to marketing, to founders, and to VCs. So today I want to talk a little bit more about how to analyze economic risks. And something that I realized is this thing doesn't work again. Okay, great. So I want to cover couple of things today. Firstly is the risk types in Web3. In Web3, we talk a lot about different kind of risks, financial risks and smart contract risks. So I want to dive deep a little bit more into understanding what are the options of risks available in Web3 and how do we analyze them. Then I want to get started with understanding economic risks, something that I want to focus on in this session. Why should we care about economic risks? How do we look at designing and analyzing them? And how do we design an economy, a robust economy? So to begin, there are 3 kinds of risks in crypto, in Web3. And people typically talk about the first 2. So the first one is financial risk. And this is typical. This is typical of Web2. You have financial audit, and you have P&L kind of risk. You have managerial accounting to understand the financial risk the company is facing. You have this for early-stage startup, for big enterprises. And this is nothing new. We have that in crypto as well. The assets might be a bit different. Instead of calculating things in US dollars, you have to calculate it in your own tokens, perhaps. But it doesn't stray away from the core fundamental of finance as a risk. The second thing we look at is technological risks, technical risks. This is where smart contract auditors come in and understand bugs, understand different kind of exploits that's embedded within the code. This is something new for technology firms. You don't have that in FMB, you don't have that so much in FMCG. Here is very specific to technology. In Web3, it's even more complex because everything is open source and people can fork the code very easily. So technological risks, technical risks, are actually very important. And we have dedicated smart contract companies doing that. Now, the third risk that I want to introduce is economic risk. And this is a risk that is quite new in these ecosystems that we're building. Because today, we're building a brand new world, a brand new country, a brand new planet, a brand new economy. Here, it's not just about code and exploits and bug in the code. It's not just about how people manage money. But here we're talking about how rules are being defined. What can people do in the system? What can people not do in the system? How do people interact and collaborate with each other in the ecosystem? These are all the rules embedded within economics. We talk about tokens as programmable money. That programmability is the economic rules we embed within the system. And this is a big, big risk that's very new to a Web3 system. It's not specific to Web3, it's any economy that is being built, any private or public goods economy where people get to come in and interact with each other. You create a market. In a market, you have an economy. And that is the economic risks we're talking about. So today I want to focus very much on economic risk. When we look at financial risk, you can look at countless of books. You can go to school for that. There are a lot of ways to analyze financial risk. When it comes to technological risks, that's where a lot of smart contract firms are doing, audit firms are doing, and you can read a lot of their reports and go to Twitter to understand them. Financial risks, on the other hand, is something quite new. Economic risk is something quite new. It's quite specific to Web3, and this is the part that I want to dive into. So before we get started, I introduced this yesterday in my talk, but just for everyone in the room, how do we analyze and how do we build a robust economic model? The truth is that there is no one model that fits everything. There is no one answer, one model that fits the best economic model in the world. If we have that, we won't have different economic systems in Argentina, in Brazil, in Portugal, in China, in the US. Because every economic system is dependent and reflective of what kind of market structures we have, what kind of economic agents we have in the space. So with that in mind, I want to introduce a framework instead. And this framework is going to be very important because this framework is the framework of how we build systems and how we analyze economic risks. This framework is something that I've worked on for 7 years now, and I've created a book. All the clients that we work with around the world, whether they're big enterprises, games, or Web3 companies, we all use this framework. So this framework is very relevant and very useful in all kinds of situations. So let's take a quick 2 minutes to go through how this works. You see that there are 3 pillars there. You've got market, mechanism, and token design. If you think from a macro to micro perspective, it's like a big funnel. Market defines the macro structure, the big economy. What kind of market are we talking about? Who is in the market? Who are the economic agents in the market? What can people do in the market? What kind of behaviors we want to incentivize? The market is to create the parameters of what is in this economy that we're talking about. This is very relevant to your business model, your revenue stream. Who are your competitors? Who are your stakeholders? Who is in the value chain? Distill that all to part of your economic model. Second thing is mechanism design. It's the micro part. It's the moving towards the micro. Mechanism design talks about the incentives. So what are the rules that people need to follow to trade and interact? The thing is, at the end of the day, economics are incentives and disincentives to drive people to behave in a certain way. So we are creating the right kind of incentives to allow people to behave, to allow people to participate. Yes, we want voting, we want governance, we want people to vote on whatever decisions we want to make. That is a good behavior, and we're creating the incentives and disincentives to allow them to participate, to signal their preference of voting, to signal and weed out bad behaviors and bad actors in the system. We talk about non-financial incentives and different kind of bargaining structure to allow people to coordinate and collaborate in the system. So that's the middle part, incentive design, mechanism design. And lastly, we finally talk about tokens. So realize that the first 2 pillars, we didn't even talk about tokens. Do you need a token to create an ecosystem? You don't need a token. You can have an ecosystem without tokens. That being said, an ecosystem, a robust economy, has to have a market. If you have no market, if you have no one here, there's nothing to design for. You need to have incentives because people will always behave and interact in whatever way they deem fit. And as an economist, we're creating the barriers and rules and boundaries for them to interact. And lastly, tokens. Tokens can be fungible, non-fungible, tradable, non-tradable. Tokens can represent reputation. Token can represent money. Token can represent equity that increases in value. It can be a store of value. It can be a medium of exchange. It does not matter. Because tokens over here are a means to an end. The end is how people behave and interact in your system. In any ecosystems that we're talking about, the main thing we want to drive is user retention and user acquisition. Tokens, economy, all these are driving forces to get people to interact more, to increase user retention and user acquisition. And economy helps to build around that. So with that in mind, how do we understand the economic risks based on these 3 different pillars? The first pillar, when we talk about market, here we want to look at the market within our control and out of our control. Within our control, out of our control, we look at the legal and judicial risks. What kind of countries do you operate in? Is the foundation operating in Panama versus US versus Lisbon versus Singapore? It really depends, and understanding that gives us some understanding of to what degree and to what extent the external regulations, the external rules will impact us. We look at technological risks, and we look at community. The things that we can control is the community. Who are the economic agents in the space? Initially, you might have a lot of investors in your community because you have done fundraising. But the main goal that we want to move towards are actual users. If you're a game, having a lot of investors as your economic agent in your game might not be the best mechanism right now. We need to get the actual players coming in. So how do we create the right incentives, the right economic models to shift the economic agents from primarily investors to actual gamers? How do you work around that? So that's very important to understand, the market design. In mechanism design, we look at governance, we look at the financials, we look at economic transactions. This is, again, it's not about tokens, but how do people interact? What is the user retention rate like? What's the 7 days retention over here? How do people interact with each other? Are they interacting with smart contracts? Are they interacting with each other? Are they interacting with the virtual assets that you have in the game? Are they interacting with the DEXs? Are they interacting with the staking protocol that it's an insurance pool for the ecosystem? Understanding how user behaves gives us a lot of insights to how robust this economy is, how robust this ecosystem is. Because if people are primarily not really interacting with each other, they're just holding tokens, and sure, there's a lot of wallets, a lot of people holding tokens, but they're not doing anything with the tokens. They're just holding it and hoping prices will rise. That is not an economy. That's not an economy where people are interacting and transacting with each other. And when you do not have an economy where people are transacting and interacting, there is no market. There is nothing to talk about. Everyone is transacting outside of your market, and that's not a robust economy. And lastly, we'll move to tokens. Again, in tokens, we look at the kind of tokens in the ecosystem. What is the economic value that they are generating? When people think of economic value, they always think of what is the token prices like. If I want to do due diligence and figure out economic risk of my protocol, I need to figure out are prices appreciating. That, I get it, that's one perspective to look at things. The other alternative to look at is that tokens represent intrinsic value, a value for you to stay within this ecosystem. Otherwise, you can just exit, change this to US dollars, and go and participate in another ecosystem. So there is intrinsic value being generated by holding your tokens and participating in this ecosystem. Of course, it depends between a DEX, a lending protocol, a game, or an enterprise project. The intrinsic value of tokens can change drastically. That being said, it's important to understand the first principles, the fundamentals of why tokens exist in the first place, what intrinsic value it generates and gives to the token holders, and from there understand what kind of risks are involved with this intrinsic value. Can they be exploited? Can this intrinsic value adversely select for the wrong kind of economic agents? So, for example, there is a protocol, there was once a protocol, and what they do promotion, they help to bootstrap other people's ecosystem by giving out tokens as rewards. They give out the partners' tokens and their own tokens. The problem with this, it all sounds very good. You know, we're all co-sharing communities, we're all growing things together, and the intrinsic value there is to participate in another ecosystem. The economic risk over there is that it adversely selects for the wrong kind of economic agents. If you're giving financial incentive as a reason for people to come into your system, people are only there for the financial incentives. Once you start giving out free money, once you start giving out free tokens, they are going to leave. Because the reason for them coming into your protocol in the first place is that they're there for the value, for the monetary or financial value, the token value that's given to them. So that is a risk to consider. Now, one thing that's important, which I want to challenge you guys, is who should care about economic risks? We all talk about decentralization, the world should care about this, the World Economic Forum should participate in this, the BIS and World Bank and monetary policy, all from the protocol creators to all the token holders and communities, everyone should care about economic risks. Sure, in a perfect world, I agree with you. But this is the real world. In the real world, people are lazy. In the real world, people don't really care so much about so many things, right? So it's not about 1 or 0. It's not about complete decentralization or centralization, who should care and who should not care, but it's a degree of who should care and to what extent they need to understand the details. Maybe not everyone needs to know the exact P&L of what's going on in the ecosystem, but at least there must be some level of information that's shared with the community. So the least involved is actually the active community. Yes, we would like to switch this around where active communities are most involved, but voters' apathy is a real thing, and that's why we put active community above, and then VCs and investors, and finally protocol creators and decision makers. As a protocol decision maker, as a protocol creator, you have the most vested interest to make sure that the protocol is going well. Why? Because VCs and active communities, they're all short-term and mid-term focused. As a protocol creator, you are long-term focused. When you're thinking long-term, when you're focusing long-term, you're creating the right kind of policies to generate value in the long run. It's not about pumping the tokens up, people extracting value and leaving the system. That is not what we're building here. In crypto, we're building something that stays. And to build something that stays, we need to think long-term. We need to build long-term plans, long-term value creation that accrues to the token holders, that accrues back to the economy. And that is what we want to do. And that's why we care about economic risks, not because it's something that impacts my P&L in the mid and short term, but how do I create value in the long run that generates value for everyone coming into the ecosystem? So what are the risks looking like? Just like in traditional finance, we have idiosyncratic risks and systemic risks. Systemic risk is market risk, risks we cannot control, and idiosyncratic risks are risks within the protocol that we can control. And so I've divided this into 8 components, divided into systematic and idiosyncratic, for us to understand. We have all these risks, we classify them, and understand what we can control and what we cannot control. In systemic risk, things we cannot control will be the market, the users, the technology. We get to choose what users we want to select for, what technologies we want to use, what market and jurisdictions we want to be in, but there are a lot of things that's out of our control. What we can control are the idiosyncratic risks. This will be protocol risks, economic parameters, governance, financial risk, and liquidity risks. These are things that we can control, and these are things that as economists, as people doing due diligence, these are things that we can control, and when things go south in the protocol, that is something that we can tweak, we can manage, we can adjust from that. So, with that in mind, I want to conclude the presentation. You can scan the QR code to download the presentation and get a free consultation from us. And with that, thank you. I'll be at the back answering questions.
Thank you, Lisa. And just a quick update. We're going to take a short break. And when I say short, I mean really short. So if you have a little work to do, an email to send, feel free to take some time real quick to go do that. And then, yeah, we'll be back quickly.
Please welcome back Near Foundation's William Rayner.
Told you that would be quick. All right, we are doing a little bit of change. We're done with the operating advice for now, but we have a really fun format coming up now. We call this a fishbowl format. So it's going to be very interactive with the audience. So please be attentive. Be ready to maybe contribute to the conversation. So we're going to be talking about emerging use cases and possibilities. Moderating the panel will be Dani from MetaWeb Ventures. And as always, fun fact about Dani, she actually knows 5 languages, a lot more than me. Please welcome Dani.
Thank you, Will. Awesome. I want to bring onto the stage today 3 amazing panelists. So we have Momo from NearTasks, Zoe from Glass, and Anjali from Collab.Land. Come on, join us on the stage. Super. So Momo, Zoe, Anji. Great. Okay, so as Will mentioned, today will be a little bit interesting because we're trying something called a fishbowl session, which means this is your fishbowl, we are your fishbowl, and it is interactive and open. So I'm going to start with some questions for our panelists here, but if you in the audience feel that you have a question or you can contribute to this discussion, please come up to the front and I will hand you a microphone to participate in the conversation, and then you will rotate out and another community member can step in and be part of this conversation. And you can ask these wonderful panelist questions, or you can respond to one of my questions. And we really want to be very open and inviting because this is a founders-focused session, and we just want to have a bit of fun here. So, yeah. Welcome to the adventure. All right, so we want to get started by maybe having each one of you introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about the project that you're working on. Maybe Momo, you can kick us off.
Sure. Thanks for having me. Hello, everybody. It's great to be back here at NEARCON, beautiful Lisbon. So my name is Momo Araki. I'm a software engineer. I work at a company called NearTasks. It's basically a continuation of the work that the founders of Near Protocol itself were working on, which is creating technologies that converge between AI and blockchain. So in this case, what NearTask does is connects AI companies who want to train their models with data and create markets for labeling and producing that data with people all around the world. So it's a gig economy model.
Awesome. Zoe.
Great. Hi, everyone. Excited for the interactive nature of this session. I'm the founder and CEO of Glass, which is a Web3 loyalty and engagement platform for the $1.6 trillion alcohol industry. So the alcohol industry faces two major problems, one of which is the fragmentation of sales channels across bars, restaurants, liquor stores, sports stadiums, music festivals. Glass gives these brands the tools to build on-chain direct one-to-one digital relationships with consumers so that consumers can earn and redeem rewards across these channels for enjoying drinks and driving healthy in-person social occasions with their friends. The alcohol industry also faces a very complex regulatory environment in terms of age restrictions, restrictions that vary by country and region around the types of loyalty rewards and marketing that brands are able to offer. So by bringing this activity on-chain, we're also able to create a clear, transparent record of safety and compliance that makes brands and regulators more comfortable and more enthusiastic about driving this value to consumers for the first time.
That was awesome. Hi, I'm Anjali Young. I am the co-founder and the chief community officer for Collab.Land. Collab.Land is a tokenized community management system. We started about 3.5 years ago, almost 4 years ago now, with just a single DAO, and now support over 53,000 communities over Telegram and Discord, NFT communities, DeFi communities, investment groups, gaming, major brands, anyone who wants to create a community in crypto or with tokens, use Collab.Land.
Wonderful. So kind of to get started here, when a lot of us started, the premise of Web3 was to build a brand new web, to change the world, to build something better than what was currently in place. And we've spent a lot of time building infrastructure, which is great. And today we're here to talk about, well, what comes after infrastructure? So what are those use cases? Zoe, maybe you can kick us off a little bit of talking about what you imagine people could do and founders could work on that goes beyond building infrastructure.
Great question. Completely agree. I think we've seen a lot of time recreating existing systems in Web3 for the sake of Web3 without solving true underlying consumer needs. So in terms of topics to focus on for emerging founders, I think, of course, starting always with the consumer problem rather than the solution, focusing on problems where the underlying Web3 technology can truly solve the problem in a new way that wasn't possible in Web 2. And then within that, I think looking at industries that are that are fragmented, that are undigitized today in Web 2. Alcohol certainly being one of them. Before launching Glass, I spent a number of years at AB InBev, the world's largest beer company, where I saw firsthand just how little consumer connection even massive brands like Budweiser, Stella Artois really had. But beyond, of course, food and beverage, there are a lot of other industries that are today in Web 2 separated from the consumer. This includes sports. We've seen a lot of exciting activity there. Sports teams are historically dependent on the broadcasters and the networks to reach their fans. Tokens can power that direct connection. Things like the music industry, where artists often don't know who their end listeners are. We've also seen a lot of exciting emerging use cases there. Restaurants, Blackbird is an exciting project that we're tracking at Glass.
That's really cool. A lot of loyalty programs, a lot of consumer focused sort of platforms. Momo, I think you've explored quite a few use cases within that space. What are some of the ideas, the dreams, the possibilities that people could sort of lean into?
Yeah, sure. So I've been around as long as you have. We've seen a lot of different kinds of use cases, royalties platforms for creative output like music. We saw prediction markets. We saw supply chain products and everything in between. I've worked personally on Ethereum analytics products. I worked on infrastructure at Avalanche, and at Near, I've been working on an NFT platform for creators, and now I'm working on this AI marketplace in the gig economy sense. But the most recent use case that I thought was very poignant, if like incredibly humble and primitive, is that I had a software engineer friend who was laid off recently, and just to help him out, I sent him some crypto. And so, I think to myself, like, that was incredibly easy. You take it for granted, this primitive of just transferring value, but if you take that idea and you are someone who has migrated to another country and then you want to send some money back home to your family, this is a remittance, and crypto is just incredible for that basic idea. So beyond all the applications and all the programmatic things that you layer on top of that, I think, I just had a realization, like, it's pretty incredible that you can just do that so simply. So in spite of all of like the UX hurdles that I think we've all experienced along the way, they're just like little moments where you realize it's kind of happening, it works.
Yeah, you're touching on a really good point, which is sort of the globalization of probably capital and information that is being triggered by this movement. Historically, there definitely has been a barrier between countries, right, where you have to go through a forex to make sure that things move in and out. And now we have this concept of a universal currency, right, that could move across borders. How do you think that that's going to play out in terms of like things people can build on top of that? So if that's the primitive, what comes on top of it?
Yeah. So the currency has
like a Venmo that could work for everyone, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I mean,
I can't use Venmo with my friends who are in like Paris, right?
Right,
What's
exactly.
That? Oh my God.
I mean, I think it's just going to enable new connections, new webs of relationships. You meet somebody, the crypto has the property that it's pseudonymous. Your counterparties are people that you don't even know. So what you're basically doing is creating new connections between people you have never ever met before. And I think that kind of territorial sovereignty border starts to dissipate a little bit. It becomes a little bit more dispersed, a little bit more intangible, more invisible, because these technologies are trustless. So before, you used to have these more face-to-face relationships, and you still need that. Like with Venmo, when you send money to someone, you want to confirm if they actually are who they are. So you get a list of identities, who is the right Dani Osorio, enter her mobile phone number to confirm. You still have to do those checks. So it's this balance that you have to play with all of the anonymity and the kind of identity labyrinth endemic to this technology with a verification. So trust is still required, but this just kind of opens the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, that's really cool. And Angie, I know that, I think to this day, Collab.Land is probably still the platform I think has the most users I've ever heard of in Web3. I think you talked about millions of users.
Mm-hmm. We have, last time I checked, it was 2.9 million unique users.
That's incredible. And so from that, what are you seeing as sort of the emerging kind of use cases or the large communities that are really popping up? What's really, what's happening? What's cool?
Yeah, it's really interesting because we've been thinking a lot this year about what do our members want compared to what do the admins and the communities want. We call our service an 8-course meal, the way it is right now for our communities as a whole, for our administrators. And we've built a mini app marketplace for communities. So there's all types of apps that you can one-click install into Collab.Land. So we've taken good care of the admins, and that that train is already going, where new developers out there can build little mini apps for Collab.Land communities. But what can we do for members? And we've been really focusing on really just this question of emerging use cases, and kind of touching on what Momo had said as well, which is what people want is to be able to transact simply with each other, sometimes in a community context, sometimes not in a community context, but being able to tip each other, being able to trade together, being able to buy and sell from each other, being able to exchange value is key right now.
The tipping one is interesting because we saw Reddit tried to do it, and obviously Patreon has a version of this. How are you seeing this concept of fans or community members supporting their community? How is that playing out?
Yeah, so we've had a pilot program for tipping for over 2 years now. And so we have about 75 communities that we've been watching using a specialized private beta alpha Collab.Land tipping. And those are the communities that are the most engaged. When members, admins get to say, hey, thanks for that tweet that you sent and it brought in a couple more members, or thanks for helping someone else onboard into the group when there were no mods in the group at that time. So it's that type of goodwill sharing and combining that with reputation sharing. Anything that can be trackable on chain is of tremendous value right now.
I like the idea of tipping as a curation sort of indicator, because if you look at something I don't know, crypto Twitter, right? It's so much clutter, and things surface because of whatever algorithm is in place. But I think having to put money behind something is the ultimate curation, right? You're like, do I like this enough to spend $1 on it?
Yes.
It's the answer is probably no for most things. And then for the things that you do, you're yeah, actually, I want to give a little hat tip to this and say good post or good story, or I'm with you. And I think that what you mentioned about actually transferring value,
or subscriptions even, you see Instagram using subscriptions really well. I'm definitely a fan of them, and there are plenty of creators, especially ones that are recycling and reusing old clothing and turning them into something new. I subscribe to all of them. I don't have time to watch them all, but I'm happy they exist. And so in the same way, it's if you're seeing someone do something that you believe in and want to encourage, that's a great way to do it.
Right. Okay. That's really cool. So Zoe, can you tell us a little bit about some of the use cases you're seeing in the loyalty space? You talked a little bit about Blackbird, obviously, and even beyond those use cases. What do you think people should be building that would be really cool?
Yeah, I think, and so we're seeing, of course, a lot of Web3 activity in the loyalty space. Some of that does relate to tipping, giving people more personalized ways to support the projects and individual creators and even brands that they feel more emotionally connected to. I think one of the most exciting potential use cases, or I'd love to see more activity, is that focus on driving social experiences, both virtually and in person, through these Web3 communities. One of the ways, and actually I'd be interested to hear folks' thoughts on social DAOs, which were big. One of the areas I was initially most excited about in the world of Web3, giving folks an ownership stake in their communities, incentivizing them to build together. We've seen those start to...
Yeah, no, I think this is a good question. Does anyone know anything about social DAOs or social apps? Anyone want to come up here? No? Come on, June, let's go. Yes. All right, Zoe's question. Social DAOs, social apps.
All right, I was an early FWB member, so maybe I can contribute.
Perfect.
What's the question?
Oh, just curious for your thoughts on, I think there was a lot of excitement 1 to 2 years ago. We've seen this, I'd say, fade a little bit in terms of being first and foremost in folks' consciousness. So what do you think these social DAOs can do better? Do you see more future opportunities for growth?
Yeah, I sort of got into that whole thing, and I think, Anjali, you'll have a lot of insights based on Collab.Land data on a lot of this. But I got into the whole thing through what we were calling at the time personal tokens. So anyone can roll your own token and issue a token. So I issued a token. If you go on Uniswap today, you can still buy June tokens. There's very little liquidity. Hit me up for an OTC deal. But, so there was that idea. And then it was like, oh, well, instead of individuals issuing tokens, groups can issue tokens. And so then you ended up with things like FWB. But then I think that kind of petered out because I think the token incentives were not well aligned. There was a lot of issues, like another subset of this is like fan tokens, right? So like you're an artist, you have tokens, you issue them, but then to get any exit liquidity, you're dumping on your fans, right? So there's an issue there. But then I think recently I was playing with FriendTech, and I think that solved a few of the issues. Like one of them is like, initially as a creator with tokens, it's very hard to distribute them and get them into the hands of fans. Like you have to somehow send them around. And then two, once they're in the hands of the fans, there's very little reason for them to pay them back to you, right? So the utility problem. So I think FriendTech solved two of those things because the moment you go in, first it's denominated in ETH. Of course, there's your keys, but they don't, they're not ERC20s. And then secondly, there's straight away some utility, right? There's a reason to give it back, which is to buy the keys to join that chat room. So I think things like that show that there's some progression in the social token use case. But I would love to hear.
Sorry,
from
I'm
you,
already
actually.
mic'd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is an incredible use case, especially because of royalties. And we talked a little bit about royalties. But royalties are really foundational to how the NFT boom came about and how we attract creators into this space. And so with the FriendTech situation and really with FriendTech clones all over, FriendTech is not only just a standalone app now, it's become its own movement. In the same way that you would start an NFT community, you wouldn't think, oh, that's a copy of Bored Ape. No, it's its own standalone movement. And in the same way, we're going to start seeing more of these SocialFi apps take off as well, which I'm so excited about. Because removal of royalties from a third party like OpenSea or Magic Eden or Blur or whatever, like that's just been such a huge detriment. We definitely need a native token where we can have our royalties built in from scratch and that nobody can take away. So I'm very excited.
100%. And I think that was one of the more interesting things for me with how NEAR was built, is because I think that royalties are built in at the protocol level, but I'm not an engineer, so maybe Momo can talk about that.
Royalties built into the protocol level? Yeah, well, you can implement royalties at any point. You can, if you wanted to, implement royalties at the protocol level, where for every action where you transfer value, you can just divert some money to another address, in some proportion. I mean, it's as simple as that. It's just an option that you would add to your code, and you can do that at any point. You can do it within your application. If you believe it's important to do it at the protocol, you do that. I mean, like staking in a way is like, it's kind of like the same pattern, So you have a pool of money, some of it goes here, most of it goes there.
Of course. But like, how would an artist, like, if you are putting forth an NFT collection, right? And you want to defend against the fact that maybe like, an NFT marketplace might decide in 6 months that you were very successful and they're not going to pay you anymore. How would you implement that from the beginning to say blockchain has this potential for being, immutable, and we're setting the rules in the smart contract from the start, and like, this is my deal. Like, I am going to have this amount of royalties, and I don't want anyone to change my artist, stipulation. How does that work?
It's about the asset itself. So if you're a marketplace and assets come in and they're being provisioned or created by some other entity, you don't necessarily have authorship over this thing. So if you program the asset to become smart, as it were, and to say for each time you transfer this asset, you must do that proportional transfer of value. That's how you enforce it. So it's about kind of empowering or authoring or creating strong permissions around the object itself, not the platform through which it transfers. If that makes sense.
Is anyone in the audience like an NFT creator or working in that space? Like, have you experienced? All right, let's go. Eric to the stage. Please, quick introduction and tell us a little bit about your experience there.
Sure. Hey, I'm Eric Weiner. I'm the CTO of Pagoda, but I was previously at Nifty Gateway, which is an NFT marketplace.
Nice.
Worked with Collab.Land on that stuff. So one of the issues here is that if you have like, there's a financial incentive to avoid royalties, to avoid being a part of the community. If you have a gift feature on your asset, then people can abuse that gift feature to sort of make an OTC trade, go around a marketplace, or even build a marketplace that uses that feature at the contract level to systematically avoid royalties. And so there's no...
It's like the PayPal friends and family option.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I think the like pushing the fact that it's really hard to take it off the honor system and keep it really prevent somebody from working around the system. But if you make it either an aspect of social shame, where people are going to not use your platform or not use your not use your token if you're working around that, or even the legal process, like that's how royalties work in the fiat world.
Well, what about buying and selling into the bonding curve, like with Friendtech, right? Like, let's not sell to each other. What if we're all selling into something else? That's a way to enforce royalties.
Yeah, it sort of aligns the incentives so that there's not this constant, like, you know, when you've got these businesses competing, they're going to try to get every
race to zero.
that they can, absolutely.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you feel like, as a marketplace, did you feel pressure to like race to the bottom because like places like Blur were removing royalties and thus nobody could stand for creator royalties, or like how did that play out?
Absolutely. And so what we did at Nifty Gateway is we tried to take a hard stance that we were going to continue to support creator royalties on the secondary market, and sort of put that stake in the ground to, which was, you know, it helped because it brought artists to us. And it brought people who cared about this to us.
Yeah.
And so it's a way of separating. It was a method of that social shaming, saying, look, like, if you care about this industry, if you care about this art, if you care about this work, if you care about these artists, come here. If you're trying to make a quick buck, go there. You'll run off to AI when the crypto boom busts.
You know, Eric, I think about like tipping in the U.S. I know in Europe we don't do it, but like if you can't afford to tip 20%, you don't go out to dinner.
That's exactly
right. Like it's social shame right there. It's built in,
right.
But it's definitely not true globally. So then you end up with like cultural differences as well. Yeah.
But if people care about the product, they'll do the thing.
I'm with you.
Awesome, thank you, Eric. Yeah, Momo, please.
Yeah, so I have, because Zoe works in alcohol industry, I was curious about this, and on the topic of tipping, again, this is perhaps a US cultural thing, but so in restaurants, wine and alcohol and spirits have the highest markup. That's the margin primarily for the restaurant. How much should one ought to tip on, you know, something like wine? I'm not sure. I mean, I tip, 20% not to like virtue signal or anything like that. But like, I can also understand if most of your bill is like a very expensive bottle of wine, it's like, again, not me, but it's like a Domaine de Romani Conti. It's like a $20,000 bottle of wine. Again, I don't know, never sat at that kind of dinner table, but what do you do in that case? And also wine is super interesting because it has these components, not only that it's, it's the margin for the very end of the supply chain, the restaurant, which makes it all happen there. But in the beginning, there's also the winemaker, and then there's all these people in between, the distributors, the geologists who are doing all these things. There's like supply chain aspects of it, which is like, where are the grapes grown? What is the terroir, so to speak? Like you can use blockchain to, like I see all of these adjacencies in something like wine because it has these supply chain mechanics. It has this idea of provenance. You can also use it as a financial investment, but you have to ensure the quality of the wine is maintained under proper temperatures, blah, 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 over time, so it retains its value. So I'm just kind of curious, where all these things intersect.
Yeah, well, there's a lot there in that question. In terms of tipping, as an early stage founder, certainly not buying those $20,000 bottles, but when you tip, that does go directly to the server and the wait staff. That's not money that flows back to the wine producer. That's to, this is not Web3 related at all, but there's a lower minimum wage for servers in the US, which is, I think, terrible, and they rely on those tips for their income. So I think it's very important to tip and to tip well. In terms of the flow of value, what Glass is really focused specifically on is the massive waste in advertising spend that these alcohol brands spend. Alcohol brands spend $8 billion per year on advertising that's almost entirely top down. And for that same amount of money, one of my kind of aha moments when I was at AB InBev was seeing that for the $10 million that a brand will drop for a 30-second Super Bowl ad, they could instead support 500,000 people actually hosting Super Bowl watch parties, bringing their friends together in their homes, creating these amazing in-person social occasions that are really what drinks are all about, and really getting to that, I think, to get back to first principles and kind of how Web3 is solving underlying problems, we're in the midst of a global loneliness crisis. That's something that's a worldwide issue. I think this is how I got interested in social DAOs and kind of structuring these communities. But to see brands that are dependent on people getting together to socialize in person, spending money on ads instead of money on supporting those occasions was a major problem that I see Web3 can fix in the alcohol space, but also across other social platforms.
That's really cool. I hear all of you talking about sort of Web3 empowering communities, and that maybe being sort of the breakthrough of like going from the individual to the collective. How do some of these watch parties happen? This is kind of cool. Are you saying that like brands like AB InBev will pay me to host a party for my friends?
Yeah, exactly. That's the vision. It's
a cool use case, just FYI.
Yes, for that $10 million, send you a gift card that you can use to buy drinks, buy snacks, buy maybe some games to play with your friends, things that really strengthen your in-person social relationships, give you that push to, when there's Netflix and there's Tinder and there's all these, drains on our attention that do make it harder for us to get out there and socialize in person. These brands these industries that existentially depend on that socializing can, I think, do a lot more to directly support that.
That's really awesome. And speaking of communities, Angie, which communities have you seen sort of grow the largest or have the most activity in sort of that Collab.Land sphere?
Oh boy, that's a good one. I mean, every single week we're watching, before I wanted to say something about Momo's topic, sorry. I was just thinking blockchain fixes that, doesn't it? Like you pay in crypto and then the smart contract like distributes the money to the winemaker and to the delivery person and to the label maker and like all across the supply chain. Like, why don't we have that already?
Yeah, like it's baked into the price of the bottle, like on the wine list, right? But the things that come on top, like the tipping, like maybe like, I don't know, like should that go all to the restaurant? I don't know. I mean, or should
maybe
it kind of disperse more?
The winemaker.
Yeah, I want that. I want it to go back all the way to the people that are squashing the grapes.
Yeah, because it's all people working together, right? And you have this like one commodity, but to get from commodity to like the point of service, there's all these intermediaries and it's just like right now it's not captured like the
well, an opportunity, right?
The supply chain aspect of
supply chain, but also the opportunity of who gets to be a server in a nicer restaurant that serves $20,000 bottles of wine.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a genetic lottery that's involved there, and where you live and what you look like and all of that. And so, or maybe how you were educated. And it's just like, if we're trying to level the playing field here, and if we're trying to give more opportunity to people at every level, every social class across the world, with any level of education, despite where you were born and who you were born to, like, wouldn't that be a beautiful way to distribute that?
So it seems like you guys are talking about like the accrual of value to something and an equitable distribution across the board.
Correct.
And like that seems to be a really interesting use case.
Correct.
For what the technology can enable. I guess my last question is a little bit more futuristic, but we're hearing a lot about the intersection of AI and blockchain. Any sort of thoughts, insights, questions around this that we can?
I mean, I have some, but I just talked, so if anyone else wants to say anything.
I saw news that an AI that's trading kind of betrayed its own strategy. So they didn't even know why it misbehaved the way it did. So that was interesting. Economic agents are not just humans; they're also human and machine operators
like that.
Like like AI when it works, you stop calling it AI, so it just becomes a little demystified. But I could see more and more. I mean, definitely more and more economic agents are just going to be automated, like machine intelligences just transacting money. I mean, it's already been happening with like flash crashes and, high-speed trading and all algorithmic trading and stuff, but just imagine that going further and further and further.
Cool.
Yeah, well, what he was saying is you stop calling it AI. I mean, like the first AI I think I was ever aware of would be like autocomplete words, right? Like we don't call that AI, but they're predicting, now they predict my whole sentence. And usually it's pretty good, right? So we've been seeing that in email for years now. But also just veracity, like what's real and what's not real. Like, I don't know. I see a video and I think it's Madonna on top of an elephant with a banner, but is it or is it not? Like, I'd want to be able to verify the provenance of that video. And so I do see cryptocurrency or blockchain technology and AI having to work together that way. How else do you prove it?
Yeah.
We see a lot of potential for personalization of rewards and experiences using AI based on the on-chain assets that you might already have. So something we're discussing internally at Glass, for example, is that drinks being kind of an interoperable layer of experience across sports, music, nightlife, culture. Folks can get, as they maybe join different experiences in different verticals, their profile badges can evolve over time. We can make recommendations, personalized recommendations using AI for places they should visit, people they should meet, new wine or drinks they should try, how much they should tip based on maybe their own income levels versus the server at the $20,000 restaurant. So we really see, personalization of content and experiences.
Yeah, that's really cool. Someone suggested that if AI was going to take over the world, crypto would be the only force to stop it because the smart contracts could duke it out with AI technology. So I think there's a lot of really interesting sort of imaginative use cases that can come together. But I think sort of the takeaway for us today is really focusing on what's going to be the next hit app that brings us 1 million users, 100 million users, the next billion users. And so with that, I wanted to do a quick 30-second on everyone of what do you think is going to be the breakthrough app that really takes us towards mass adoption?
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, microtransactions are what really are taking off right now, like in South America and Africa, like places where people are either unbanked or underbanked. Like, we all need to be able to work together. And so I see any way that we can make that easier, and that goes a little bit to Momo's point earlier, which is what's going to make it the easiest for us to transact together and be in relationship with one another. That's going to be the next batch.
Awesome. Yeah. Zoe?
I do think social communities, I talked about the global loneliness crisis before. I think we need structures to help us socialize. We all saw during COVID how awkward it was to be thrown into a Zoom happy hour, for example, at work and said, make friends, go socialize. So I think blockchain, DAOs, structures like that can provide those frameworks and those incentives to drive sustainable, social, authentic communities. And once that hasn't been fully realized yet, but just massive potential there.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the world today and you see all of these regional conflicts, you're seeing the movement towards a more multipolar world, the decline of the U.S. as an empire. Sorry, not to get dark, but it's but there are a lot of economic experts who are forecasting a bumpy road ahead in the near future. So can these technologies establish a more kind of global base of societal trust vis-a-vis, the various central banks and how much they're in debt? And can it create a landing pad to keep the world on the track, so to speak? So I think that's going to be a real test of the technology.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you everyone so much.
Thank you, Dani.
Yeah, thank you.
Great panel, everyone. I really, really enjoyed that. We're going to have a quick break for about 20 minutes. We're going to start back up the stage at 1 o'clock, where VCs are going to talk about what are the best pitch decks they're seeing right now. So please feel free, grab a snack, grab a drink, stretch out if you need to, get your steps in, and we'll see you all in 20. Thank you.
Please welcome back Near Foundation's William Rayner.
Welcome back, everyone. Love seeing you all here. I love the Green Bay Packers hat, by the way. Nice to see an American football fan here, too. As I mentioned before we broke, we have a great panel of VCs joining us talking about the best pitch decks they're seeing. So next slide. Moderating this panel is going to be Erica Kang from Crypto Seal. Fun fact about Erica, I needed to get a second one because I actually introduced her yesterday as well. She's a big K-pop fan and advocate, so if you're looking to learn more about K-pop, she's the lady to go to. Please welcome Erica Kang.
All right. Thank you guys for joining me. It's my second panel that I'm moderating, so glad to be here again. And this time it's a very spicy, fun topic. I think it's very helpful for a lot of the founders in this space as well. So let's welcome the panelists up to the stage, and the VCs come up to the stage. Let's give a round of applause. All right. Thank you for joining me. Why don't we go around, because we come from all different backgrounds, right? So let's give a quick intro of who you are, what you do, and how you're contributing to the space.
Thank you, Erica. So my name is Nag. I'm the founder and CEO of G20 Group, which is a liquidity provider, strategic investor, ecosystem partner for many crypto foundations. I have a PhD in machine learning and AI. So I come from the currency trading background, 15 years in the capital markets, in crypto since 2016. I work with Near as an ecosystem partner. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nathalie Oestmann. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Outlier Ventures. Outlier Ventures is an accelerator when we focus only on Web3 investments. And what does an accelerator do? We tell our portfolio companies that we will accelerate 18 months of work in 3 months. And we do that by adding a lot of expertise. We have experts that we have employed that are on our books that we bring in, token economies, token design, engineering, product, marketing, legal, you name it. We're bringing them in to supplement your teams and help bring you forward and make you investable.
Hello, I'm Nicolai from CVVs and CV Labs. I'm in the space since 2015. The company is operating since 2016. We are on one side a VC based out of Switzerland, investing in early stage startups. We have our own accelerator as well, but we as well do direct investments. What's special about us as a VC, we have an ecosystem builder called CV Labs. Under this brand, we have different hubs around the world. So we have hubs in Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Berlin, Lisbon, and South Africa. And under this brand of CV Labs, we have co-working spaces, we do events, we do reports, just kind of supporting the whole ecosystem more than just investment.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the intro. I think when it comes to investment, we got to talk about the macro trends, right? I think before we start everything. And so why don't we kind of characterize in your own definition what you see in the macro environment and what you're focusing on and how you characterize it, and also how it affects your either valuations of projects or even investment trends. Why don't we kind of start with that?
Thank you. So I think the way we are looking at macro trends is the peace premium is gone in the world. So we have a great power struggle between United States and China, and also Russia, China, Iran versus US and the West. That's pretty much going to stay. So when there is no peace premium, what happens is companies actually try to, supply chains will be localized. That increases the cost of production of goods and everything. Also, we believe that the inflation is going to stay very long. It's not going to come down. So we will see higher interest rates, which means entire tech stocks or technology companies need to reprice, which we haven't seen from 2010 onwards to 2023. So there's a whole world of total repricing of venture capital investments, equities that are traded, and also what kind of founders that would take the companies in the new world where there's a geopolitical conflict, cost of capital is extremely high, and it's very difficult to build a profitable business. So this actually is affecting the investments where you have to be very careful where you actually allocate the capital. and also what kind of founders. So we are very focused on founders that fundamentally understand the sector, are very strong, and have been very focused. So that really, we believe that, the trends have really changed, and we're seeing a lot of down rounds across the space. Thank you.
Amazing.
Nag, I thought you were going to say the macro environment sucks. I thought that's how you were going to start, because that's how I want to start. I mean, it does. It sucks, and I'm so tired of it. And let's bring back some green shoots here. How is this sucky environment affecting our startups? Right, we're taking in pre-seed. And a lot of our founders, we tell them, make sure you're bootstrapped. Make sure you're looking at how you can bring in traction on your own. And when you are pitching, which we'll get into talking about, you really need to be very on your game and know what the questions are going to be and be really, really prepared. I would love to bring it out to my fellow panelists, but there's been talk about all this dry powder out there. And I think it is out there, but there's still so much concern about the longer term and how long is this going to last, that it does come out. You can still get funded, absolutely. And we have some of our companies who are here who have gotten funded, and but it's difficult, and it's a little bit frustrating, right? Because that there's some money out there, but they can put it into other vehicles, right? And so it's all about that. I don't know what you guys think, but
yeah, no. I mean, that's true. I mean, it's people, they allocate money differently than they used to. Venture is not kind of a prior one for a lot of people. But I think also, with this situation, you see a lot of great ideas and startups coming out, right? So in a bear market and so on, people build the best products. But as Nagendra said, we need to focus, or we as a VC are focusing on startups, founders who understand the situation and can pivot accordingly at the end.
Some more flexibility.
Absolutely, yeah. You need to be flexible, right? And I think funding is difficult. I believe really early stage startups, it's still okay. But if you want to, have a bigger round and so on, I think then it gets a bit more difficult, in my opinion.
Great. Anyone? Do you want to add more, or?
No, I'll add a little bit more. I would say the fundamentals remain the same. When we are looking, so we're we're pre-seed, but when we're looking at the pitch decks, guess what? You really are looking for that founder something. It's the grit, it's the conviction in what you're doing, it's the ability to tell that story. I personally don't think you have to have a pitch deck, although I prefer it because I'm a visual learner. However, I've seen some people pitch an excellent pitch off of just a Notion board, because they've organized their thoughts very, very clearly there. And that works as well. But as long as, the ones that I see making it, they just really know how to explain what the problem is and how they're going to solve it. And in the crypto world, you always need to explain why is it solving it on the, on the blockchain, let's say, or with a token, or however you might be doing that. Why are you doing it that way, not in a traditional way? I think that's always a question that kind of comes up. And why is the way you're doing it better? So those fundamentals, I think, remain.
Okay, yeah, we'll definitely dive more into which ideal pitch deck that you want to see later. I think also I want to ask if AI also plays an interesting factor in evaluating, because these trends, recently there's been a lot of AI projects on board, also along with Web3 projects. So just wanted to, are there any keywords that you kind of pop out also in Web3, and which kind of topics, like socials, for example, that you kind of look in your own way? Do you want to start
Sure.
Yeah?
So we're seeing trend actually that the already listed tokens are pivoting towards adding AI in the projects, NEAR including itself, Graph, Ocean Protocol, a lot of projects, internet computer, Chainlink, etc. Parts of the work that they do is AI-driven, if not the whole thing. So that's the first big change we have seen since the large learning models and ChatGPT became very popular. And secondly, AI is like really based on the learning models, and this is quite computationally expensive. You need a lot of NVIDIA chips, graphics cards to do that. So to do it in a seed level, so if you take Mistral, one of the French startup, the earlier round was 300 million and they raised, I think, like 50 million. So you can't really run a seed level company that is really AI. It has to be a side learning model, a part of the large learning model. So I think and also it really matters if you take all the successful, really high valued AI startups, the founders are quite known. They're the best coders. You kind of know everybody. I had like 60 really good AI people who actually can really code better than a computer-generated code. So it's very difficult to find, but you have small niche problems that are there to solve. So that's what we are looking for when we support any AI in Web3 area.
Amazing.
I mean, I would add off of that, which is exactly, it's very hard. I'm agreeing, I should disagree. But it's really hard to build, true AI, like you say, heavy computation. What I'm seeing is that sometimes people will say that they're doing AI, and it might not be as advanced as they might want to start putting AI in the name and things like that. So I would say just be really careful with that, because it might get you a foot in the door, but unless you're really proving what you're doing that's different and better and on par with some of the bigger players, it's not going to get you much further, I would say. So I would say be careful with that is my advice.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But so I think AI is again now a kind of a buzzword that every startup is using at the moment. In the space, in the Web3 space, you had metaverse topic. I mean, it's already gone again, right? And you had people talking about the metaverse and so on, NFT marketplace, and now because of ChatGPT, you have the AI. I think obviously all kind of this new technology, talking about Web3, AI, IoT, I think they play all a massive role for the future. When you can combine that, that's obviously interesting, but it's not a must. Right? It's as well. Sometimes we get a lot of startups coming to us, and then the question is, why do you use blockchain? Right? Is there really a need? And the same is with AI. Right? Do you really need AI? Does it really solve a problem, or does it really benefit your product? But at the end, it's obviously a very interesting technology, as all the other new technology. And I think if you can combine these technology, this is super interesting. But for me, again, if you come to me and you say, look, I'm using AI, I'm like, cool.
I think you better be. If you're a sole founder, you better be using AI,
Exactly.
Or, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, so for me, right, use the technology wisely. And as you said, prove it, right? Prove it doesn't make sense. But you don't need to use AI at the end if there's no need.
Yeah, and use it where it's needed.
Exactly, yeah.
Awesome. I mean, the topic of the panel is very practical, I think. And so let's kind of dive deep here, which is like, what are the best pitches that you've seen so far? So if you could kind of remember a pitch deck or some pitch that you thought was really memorable to you and impressive, what was it? And you don't have to name it, but and why did it stick to you? Do you want to kind of go around and share that?
I actually thought of 3 projects that I have, but I'll start with one. So we saw one deck called Mode. It's a L2 superchain on Optimism stack. So what really stand out was actually, so when you have, it's really like, everyone who is very deep in crypto knows L2s are really the easiest way to get funded. Everybody likes Ethereum, and then you have an L2 on top of ETH, you have a chance to make it big. So we really like the deck because the founder was able to really explain what exactly the problem he's solving. So what's really the problem now? If you have L2, so the gas fees is paid to the L1, the rest of the money that is made goes to the company or the DAO that is owned. Now, The problem is DAOs are governed by a lot of people or a group of people, and they don't like to spend money. So they actually vote against giving big grants to the developers. So now the developers come there, and when there is no money, they move away. So the predictability of the growth is very hard. So this founder actually trying to solve the problem by paying the fees to the developers and the users. And so that solves, like a very important problem. So you can actually map and predict the growth, how he can actually build apps on top of it. So yeah, so we see, and also Optimism Stack is quite scalable in terms of what it can offer. Also, many projects like B.O.S are also being built on top of it. So we quite really like it. So we invested in the project, and actually, one of the companies that invested in Near as well is leading the round. So the founder was really able to explain the problem in a very simplistic manner. They also got a multi-million grant ahead from Optimism itself. So not only raising the VC money, but also getting a big grant is a proof of concept so that they can actually go out and build. So we really look, and the founder comes from a background where he worked with many other projects and was able to understand the problem that he saw in Arbitrum or Optimism or other areas, and then actually trying to solve a problem. So we really like this project. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing.
I'm going to be generic, and then I'm going to hone in on a fun story.
Sounds good.
He's in the room, so he's going to smile big. In general, I personally like infrastructure plays. Infrastructure plays are usually built by engineers who understand there's a problem with the infrastructure. I'm an engineer, so I can say this by education. Not always the best at communicating that. So what I'm always looking for is to understand, we can work on the communication. We can train that communication in our accelerator. That's fine. I'm always just trying to understand, okay, why are you doing this one thing in the infrastructure? And right now, just side note, infrastructure plays are getting that follow-on funding. So for me, that's super interesting. We're doing, a zero knowledge cohort right now. We're doing things with Near right now, and there's a lot of infrastructure plays in that. So for me, that's super, super interesting. On the other side, it's really how you're communicating what you're doing. And the funny story I have is that you're not always in the best situation in order to do the pitch. So we have an alumni who's in the audience who pitched from a car park in France, trying to travel back with his family and dog. And it was time for the pitch. And he did it from his mobile phone. And I found that incredible. That blew my mind that he was doing that. But also, it was just the calmness, the clarity, the knowing what the problem was, explaining it to us. We all got it right away. The deck wasn't very long, but it was very straightforward, and we understood it very quickly. So it almost, as long as you are clear and have clarity of communication, then you're getting your point across, and then obviously we have multiple conversations and due diligence and looking into it, but it makes some impact. So that's why we do, in the accelerator, we do a lot of training on pitching, because we want to make sure you're doing your best, you're aware of what the questions will be, you're able to answer them. And then my last little bit, I'm going back a little bit more generic, is, pre-seed, your TAM, SAM, and SOM need to be really important, right? If people are not telling you what that serviceable market is, available and obtainable, then they haven't really solved that problem. So we work a lot on that, because an early stage investment, you need to be able to explain that small slither of an audience that you're going to go after right away to prove your product market fit before you start expanding, and that's super important for us. So while that feels like numbers, it's a way to communicate what you're going to do. It's your go-to-market. It's the most early and basic way to explain your go-to-market. And we look at that a lot, because we don't have much more at pre-seed. You don't have much more to go on. There's not usually a product yet, and you probably don't have your first customers yet. So
Wow, that's great. Thank you.
So maybe not about decks, but more kind of what I'm like a person guy. I like passion, right? So I like when somebody is really passionate about something, maybe as well kind of, emotion. I think it's also tied to emotion a lot. But at the end, you really just need to understand what you're doing, and you need to, come to a point quite fast. Look, I mean, it's a pitch deck, and it's, we receive 400 or 500 pitch deck for example, for our acceleration program. That's a lot, right? So come to a point quite fast, and then when we like somebody or the venture, we then have a talk one-to-one, and there you really just come to a point, tell what is the problem, how do you solve it, right? And I think that's very important. Obviously, as you said, the due diligence, numbers, and so on will be done, obviously. But as well, we are an early stage investor. There are not so many numbers to check on, right? No. There's just not. And I think the most important part is really understand the market, have a good team as well, right? So that with your team you can do a pivot, because you will do a pivot most probably. Like a lot of startups, early stage startups, they will change a bit of direction and be flexible at the end, right? And I think that's, and especially in the market now at the moment, I think you need to be flexible, which is crucial. But yeah, so for example, just a funny. For me as a Swiss guy, a funny startup story. So we have a startup in Africa, I believe it's in Nigeria. They're building the land registry on the blockchain, right? And for us in Switzerland, this it doesn't make sense, but in their city or their country it does, because they actually 60% of the fraud are regarding property fraud, right? So they have signs outside where they say this house is not for sale. And now they're actually officially, in a few provinces, they're the official land registry mark, which then again you see the technology, blockchain technology is beautiful. You can use that in ways for us in Europe. Maybe it doesn't make so much sense, but then in Africa or maybe in some countries in Asia and so on, or Latin America, it makes much more sense. And this guy happened to be kind of scammed by kind of this part, and he has a story which was quite nice, right, and quite passionate.
Founder stories are always really nice.
Yeah.
Having a founder story works a lot. And I thought about two other things as you were talking, actually. If we go back to founders, I've seen people rock up with 5 co-founders, co-CTOs, for example. Yeah. Guys, you gotta, figure that one out. What we usually try to say is, if you are co-founders, and we love if there's co-founders, that's great. Have one business and one technical is the strongest way to go forward, so try to split it up that way.
I learned it the hard way personally when I did my first startup. Yeah.
How many founders?
So we were 2 business founders doing a tech startup with no CTO.
Yeah.
Doesn't work so good.
Yeah, so that, just so you know, like at OV, that's one of the things that we look at, and it's actually like we have to tick that there's that balance, because we've also learned the hard way.
Yeah.
Awesome. Here's a curveball. We looked at the best, I guess, the scenario. What about the worst scenario? Is there something that's an absolute no that you kind of see, like, okay, this is not a good sign, for example? Something that red sign that you see.
Yeah.
Do you want to share some of them?
So yeah, I wouldn't mention the name, but we saw one group from Germany, and they wanted to value the company at 300 million.
Well, there we go, yeah.
As a seed.
I'm going to go, I was going to go there too.
So we kind of tried to explain them that, and then they had really a very experienced team, but probably a little bit short on the valuation numbers. So we tried to explain them, actually, if you are 300 million, you would be already in top 100, top 100, 150 or so. So a lot of firms with a lot of users, they're really struggling to raise money, which are really phenomenal projects at 500 million to $1 billion. And without anything, you really can't, you can't really do. And it's just, I think the difficulty is that if you have never built, I mean myself a founder, I struggled, it's my 3rd company, which it took many years. So if you never build it, if you never made money, you don't know how actually to acquire a client that pays you you don't understand how it is. So we always say, if you never made money, you just don't understand how money is done. So often we see like other project where they raised 12 million, they spent it all, and they had to go to token launch, and the token launch didn't work out. So the whole thing went down. So we often see what very important is not only that they come with the valuation, they need to really have the respect for the money. And they don't understand really. They just spend money and then they just believe that magically success will come. It's really, really, really hard to actually make something work and happen. And when we talk to founders, these people, including Ilya himself, they work 24/7. I mean, we don't even know where he lives. Like, you really have to work hard, and you have to have a very realistic valuation. And if you look at the listed markets, we have a massive correction in SaaS, which is very close to where we are. And people should really study what are the valuations of each revenue-generating protocols. Like if you take, Arbitrum, it makes 100 million revenue, and it's 50 times forward earnings multiple, trades around 5 billion valuation, which is very close to CrowdStrike in the real market. So you have to do a little bit of work before you go, because even if you value 10 million, 20, 30, 40 with magic numbers, somebody really need to buy you out at paying that money or something, and that's very hard. So we see excessive valuations, but then if you explain them, some really listen. And so we have seen really worst techs, which are very high valued, disorganized teams, and somebody doing only marketing but want to do a very deep tech project. It's very hard to build. So those kind of things we have seen, yeah.
Thanks for sharing, yeah.
I'm going to pick another one because the valuation, obvious one, has been picked. And I'm just thinking of, a couple of the startups in we have a portfolio of 300, so almost. So we have a lot of startups in the portfolio. But I'm thinking of a couple that have been through the accelerator. We talked earlier, Nicolai, you talked about pivoting to the right place. However, I'm going to go with, there have been some that pivot and pivot and pivot and pivot and pivot, and they're pivoting. And I think it's from, not really finding what it is or that they want to do, or not having that conviction, or I don't know, but those are the ones who graduate and they still don't have a strong deck. Their pitch isn't strong because they pivot, they don't have that traction. So I've seen that happen a handful of times. And whether they've sorted themselves out afterwards, I don't know. But that during our program, I've seen that.
Yeah, and that's totally true, right? At the end, yes, pivot, as I said, I think you need to be flexible, but at the end, if you don't have a focus, people, investors, community, and so on, they think, what are you actually building, right? So you cannot build a startup out of that. I totally agree on that as well. And valuation, yes, so that's always a big discussion, right? Obviously now at the moment, valuation are quite down.
Can I give another one, actually, since we're at...
Yeah.
If you've designed... So another thing we've seen is that you've come in and you've already designed the tokens, and then it's, I don't know, not been fit for purpose, and then that has to be redesigned, and that's very painful. That's another mistake I've seen, yeah.
Wow, yeah. This is great. So some do's and don'ts, I guess, that we kind of shared in this panel. We have like 2 minutes left. Why don't we kind of do a quick sharing of what we're looking at in the future? I mean, we're nearing the end of the year, sort of, and I would like to kind of sum it up and maybe prospects for next year, what you're looking at. Do you want to share quickly?
Sure. I think we see a trend of real-world asset tokenization projects coming a lot, but within real-world asset tokenization, the ideas need to be very clear what are they trying to tokenize. If you tokenize a treasury, people are not going to really buy your product, because Franklin Templeton or BlackRock tokenizing the treasury, everybody wants to buy. So real-world inflation data using a token, which can actually be, a lead indicator to the Federal Reserve inflation, some of the decks we have seen. So AI, crypto, Web3 kind of intersection, then Bitcoin ordinals based, some of the projects are there, and interoperability, cross-chain liquidity. So those are the trends that we will see. Also, some of the projects that are already there will do a down round, but probably come back stronger. That's what we're seeing for the next year.
Amazing.
I'm going to go with OV. The way we do things is we have cohorts every quarter. So we're now like around 3 every quarter. This quarter we're doing one with NEAR, along with Zero Knowledge and one with Walmart. In January, we've already got those lined up. We're going to do something with Bitcoin and a partner that I can't announce, but closed this morning. So, but
exciting,
coming out, yeah. We're doing a Futureverse. You said Metaverse was dead, but Futureverse is coming back.
What's the buzzword?
Futureverse. So there's a little bit of hope for the Metaverse there, and then we're doing one on DeFi with Wormhole. So again, I think that's really exciting. A lot of the whole cross-chain going on. And going beyond that, I think we will be looking at AI, actually, seeing what we might be able to do there, probably doing more with some of our ecosystem partners as well, but that's still kind of coming up. Oh, and real-world assets. We never talked about the real-world assets. That's the thing.
That was our topic.
We were going to talk about that. We're looking at that for Q2 as well.
Yeah. I mean, we're looking at the same stuff. And what I think is quite interesting is, I think really cool with Walmart, by the way, building a bridge between, kind of the traditional world, the old world, I would like to say, with, the tech that you guys are building. I think that's going to be a big topic next year. A lot of corporates and so on are looking more deeply into tech and more openly, I would say. And I think building this bridge, I think that's going to be quite interesting.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. We're just in time. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. It was wonderful. Give a round of applause.
Thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
Thank you all for the great panel there. So we have a little stage change going on, so I've been instructed to possibly delay a little bit. So I've been giving a lot of fun facts about the moderators. I figured I'd give a fun fact about myself now. So if y'all didn't know, I've been currently, since January, traveling around the US, living in a different city each month. And while I've been doing that, I've been collecting a bunch of fun icebreaker questions everywhere I've gone. So I'd love if there's an audience member who'd like to answer one of the questions, possibly. Anyone? Raise a hand who wants to answer a question. Kiana, all right. You don't even know what the question is, so it's a big risk. You ready? All right. If you could choose of 2 fictional characters to play the angel and devil over your shoulders, what 2 characters would you pick? If you could choose 2 fictional characters to play the angel and devil on your shoulders, what 2 characters would you choose? Get back after? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Eric Cartman for the devil, and then Atticus Finch for the angel. Yeah. No? No? Okay. Okay, great. If you could choose a historical figure to have a dinner with, who would it be? That's the whole point of the questions. We ready? All right, enough of my foolishness and delaying. Now we have, this is arguably going to be one of the most fun talks we're going to have at all during NEARCON. I would love to present to this stage Steve Ballmer's long-lost brother, probably the most fun and energetic person in the NEAR ecosystem. Please welcome David Morrison.
Please, save your applause. Friends, Romans, countrymen, you're here with me today to go on a journey, an ancient tale of bravery, fear, and more importantly, hope. Let's begin. Once upon a time, hidden amongst the swirling mists of the digital realm, laid a treasure, an incredibly powerful treasure, an enchanted satchel that was limitless and said to hold the secrets of building dreams. The ancient Elven named it
the builder's omnipotent satchel.
The builder's omnipotent satchel had a steward, Eldrica. Day and night she watched over the satchel, waiting for the builders of the open future to arrive.
Within this satchel lies the power to craft worlds beyond imagination.
Within this satchel there are many tools. There are pillars to allow you to build the highest of structures to reach the skies and the gods. There are windows to let the magic in and the magic out. And there are doors with which you can allow anyone to enter so long as you wish. Now, millions of craftsmen around the world are able to access these tools. They don't need to learn new spells, they don't need to learn how to swing a different hammer, nor do they need to learn a new language. However, there's a problem. Despite the satchel, the ancient ways persisted. Millions of master builders around the world would journey to distant lands to seek resources. One of those lands, the Amazonian mountains, infested with Bezosians.
Give David a pay rise and a promotion.
However, as the news of the satchel's power spread, master crafters from the realms poured in to the digital realm to learn its powers. They combined building parts in ways that seemed impossible, creating palaces, towers, and structures that touched the stars. One such craftsman was
Cedric the motherfucking curious.
Listen, why the fuck are you gonna waste your precious little time building shit when the satchel provides?
Exactly, when the satchel provides is exactly what Eldrica said, and that is exactly what Cedric did. He reached into the satchel and he pulled out doors, he pulled out windows, he pulled out pillars that had been built before and he improved them and he returned them to the satchel. He built a team to build incredible structures to give away for free so everybody could build their own kingdom. They built castles as grand as the sky, and the satchel would uncover them and bring them to the people.
With the satchel?
Sharing your dream is but a wish away, away. So, the satchel is more than just tools and parts. It's the heartbeat of creation, reminding us that together we can shape the future. So one final point. With hearts filled with hope and minds buzzing with ideas, the realm's inhabitants drifted into dreams, knowing that the satchel would always be there. But let's cut the shit and let's stop taking acid and talk about the real stuff. Okay. So that was kind of esoteric, and you probably didn't really get it. It was designed for children. But you guys aren't children, for the most part, I hope. So I'm going to give you a quick example of how that exactly works. So here we have a developer. His name is Cedric the Curious, as we spoke about him earlier. He's a new developer in Web3. He doesn't know much about what he's talking about. He thinks he does, but anyway, he discovers the satchel. He discovers the blockchain operating system. So what does he do? He says, hey, I want to have a go at that. I want to make a component that I can use anytime I want to build something bigger. Now, he's really new to developing. He's really new to Web3. So he does build this component, and he calls it the mother component. And within the mother component, there are a handful of child components. There's a navbar component, so you can search around. There's a LIDAR component, because he loves to stake his ETH on Ethereum. And there's a token price API component. So he's launched his mother component, he's sent it out into the world. Now, all of a sudden, a brilliant developer comes along. Somebody who's smart and tall, handsome, Ukrainian. And he discovers the blockchain operating system. And he wants to build a better app, a super app, an app that people will actually use. But he doesn't want to mess around building a navbar or a LIDAR component or a token price API component. He wants to build something bigger, but he needs all of those tools to build them. So what does he do? Well, he simply forks the mother component of the Cedric the Curious. Now, anybody can fork the component, doesn't matter if you are, doesn't matter who you are. I could fork the mother component, a teacher could fork the mother component, a doctor could fork the mother component, a cop could fork the mother component, but it doesn't matter who you are, anybody can fork the component and they can use it freely, immediately, and at will. So, what the fucking hell should you do next? Well, go ahead and fork Cedric's mother component and build with the near open web stack. Don't let the Bezosians win, because they will take your blood and they will eat you alive. And if you want to connect with me, you can connect with me on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, OnlyFans, Tinder, Bumble, OnlyFarmers, Plenty of Fish, Lens, Near Social, Mumsnet, Tumblr, DeviantArt, Reddit, and I've got an alternative NSFW Reddit account. Thank you very much. Goodbye. God bless.
Fantastic energy, as always, David. Sorry I won't be able to match that. That was incredible. Great job. Up next, we have an exciting talk from two of the core team members from the Pagoda side. If we can go to the next slide, please. We're going to be talking about integrating Near's open web services. So we have, coming from Boulder and Seattle, we have Jim and Chetana from Pagoda. Few fun facts about them. Jim shares his apartment with 6 mountain bikes. He's an avid mountain biker. And then Chetana, she skydived on her milestone birthday. So please welcome Jim and Chetana.
Just have to click through slides.
This is a clicker.
Let's see if that works.
Oh, you have to connect.
Yeah, this one, it's a different thing than the end, but I'll just click through manually. Yeah, I'll click through manually.
Okay, hey everyone, how are you all doing? Again, myself, Chetana Desai. I head product management at Pagoda, and this is Jim Berry. He's the director of solutions. We're here to talk about the integration of Near's open web services that's actually currently available for any of you to use. So just to warm up the crowd, how many of you, with the show of hands, how many of you can identify yourself as a founder, builder, or even a developer? With the show of hands. That's pretty cool. Okay. So you guys know some of the needs, and especially I think David Morris has been very instrumental in showcasing the major theme, right? David, what is it?
What was the question?
So the major theme for NEARCON, which is?
Step into an open web.
Open web, and also? Yeah. And in addition to that, founders. Founders have been the core element for everything that we're doing. So with that, this is what we're trying to cover today, just to get you all up to speed with what founders and their business and startup needs that we learned through talking to some of them, like you guys in the audience, And Jim would walk us through the actual near open web services that you can immediately use to solve some of the needs right here, and what to look for in the future. So with that, let's get started. So as I again mentioned, founders are at the heart of Near ecosystem. So we can't do anything without them. So that's the key here. And with the founders, I also want to reiterate that we have two main types of founders that we've identified. One is like developers who are cultivated through the active journey of being involved in Near, who ends up being the early stage startup founders. And the second type is very obvious, the growth stage founders, as well as late stage or the successful businesses that we already have in support. All right, so as I said, there are some needs that we have collected by talking to a handful of them, and we have derived high-level category and themes, and I want to walk through some of the business-level needs and also some of the technology or the application-level needs that we identified amongst founders. So with that, these are some of the business-level needs that we identified. The first one here is the sustainable economics, which is to keep the lights on, right? So without this, the founders really can't do anything with their business or the products. So what do they need to do? They have to cut costs, effectively onboard users with the minimum cost, right, the CAC. And the second one here is, once you onboard them, how do you retain them, right? That's, again, a large portion of their challenge as a founder. All right, as the second theme emerges here is the sovereignty and flexibility. What it means is, as a builder or a founder who's building a project or an application that needs to have all the freedom, right? If you think about the use case of Apple Store, wherein there's a lot of gatekeeping, it's really hard, the flexibility of you pushing through the application to the App Store or the distribution channel where the users can immediately use it without having another third agency make decision for your application. So that's the large part of the second theme. And the third theme on the business side here is the blockchain ecosystem. What are some of the technology that they should be using as a founder, right? So what is the tech stack that they should be using? How flexible that is? How future-proofing that is, right? If you are on a single chain, you get tied to a single chain and you can't go beyond that chain. So this is one of the most plaguing problem that I see among founder community, which is stuck up on a single chain and can't really switch easily. Again, are there enough network of users that they can immediately onboard when they push their application out onto the network or the distribution channel? And other things which is part of the ecosystem building and the business building part. So with this, I want to quickly move on to the technical aspect, which is the needs related to application journey, right? So if you have to build an application, what are some of the key things that they look for or the need for in their users? First one here is the discoverability. Their users should be easily able to navigate search and find application that interest them, right? So I think that's number one. The second here is the identity, right? So this has been much talked about. I think we also announced IDOS, which keyly integrate with the products that we are building, and which essentially mean is more control over their identity and be more secure as well at the same time. And the third here is once you got the identity piece right, you can onboard users onto your application or platform, whatever you're building. The third thing here is to keep them engaged with new experiences, right? So that's also a key. You can onboard all the users you want, but if they don't stay, if there's a hell lot of churn, then you have left with nothing, right? So I think this is also key in their life journey of user onboarding. And the fourth here is we talk about at length about data, owning their data. secure and be able to access their own data fast as well. So that's fourth. And fifth is something we're looking outwardly in terms of future, which is interoperability, wherein engaging users beyond a single chain, right? So that's where we talk about multi-chain as well. With these needs, you can see how Near's open web system or the web stack can actually provide you solutions or answers to them. So I'll hand it over to Jim.
Hey, everybody. Good to see some old friends, some new friends, some yet-to-be friends. Great to see everybody here. So I want to go through these open web services. We've done a lot of work at Pagoda to have a pretty awesome suite of services and tools that you can use to accomplish each of those goals that Chetana talked about. So we'll dive into each one, kind of briefly talk about stuff, and then we've got a short demo too, which should be fun. So discoverability, obviously, really important for users to be able to find new experiences that they want to interact with. So we've got a lot of new technology. Near.org is awesome as our boss gateway to discover new applications, to build new applications from what you see out there in the ecosystem. So definitely check that out. DApps is a application within Near.org that you can discover applications, publish your application there. So definitely check that stuff out. DApp partnerships is kind of interesting. And we'll get into identity in a little bit, but since we have fast auth and relayers, it's easier than ever to actually move from one experience to a new experience. So we can finally couple these things together. So identity, super important. This used to be really hard in Web3, right? To create your identity for the first time, especially for a newbie that isn't a sophisticated user. So fast auth is one of our primary services that we're continuing to iterate on and make better. So really our idea was you should be able to create an identity in 15 seconds. It should be as easy as Web 2 and in a lot of ways even easier than Web 2. So we'll show that off here in a minute. Hopefully everybody's signed up for Near.org and gone through that workflow, but we'll show it off. So really cool being biometric enabled, passkey compatible, great stuff there. We've got a really robust fast auth SDK that was released a few weeks ago. So check that out. It's easier than ever to integrate with fast auth. It's integrated with our relayer, so we're going to show that. And then we've got multi-chain support coming. So if you see David Miller Durant around here, pick his brain about what's coming. There's some really cool tech coming down. IDOS, we partner with them to allow for verified credentials, compliance, all that kind of stuff. So that's another service that you can bundle to create an identity that actually matches what your users need to be successful. Engagement. So engagement is super important. You create an identity, but the old model was you still had to figure out how to fund an account, how to interact with Web3. It was really cumbersome. So we've released our meta transactions relayer recently, which really makes that a lot easier. You can actually sponsor the initial interactions for your users without them having to create a wallet, add funds, go through all of that pain. So that's been really powerful. And actually Near.org, the initial experience is actually funded by our relayer. So we fund that right there. We've got, it's really flexible too, so you can actually control which smart contracts you're actually sponsoring gas for, which methods within those smart contracts, what kind of user you actually want to give that experience to. So we have both managed and self-managed options. So we can either host a relayer for you, or you can run your own relayer. So I'm going to jump into just a quick demo of this experience real quick. Let's see. Just going to create a new temporary email. I'm going to jump into, oops, I'm going to sign out actually. I'm going to create a new user. So this is all using our fast auth product right now. So I'm going to enable passkeys with biometrics. So no password during this experience, just biometrics and passkeys. I'm going to go ahead and look for my email to confirm. It's creating the account for me right now. Our relayer is sponsoring all the gas to create the account, so the user doesn't have to actually add funds at this point. I promised under 15 seconds, so we'll see if this comes in under the gun.
There you go.
There we go. All right, so I'm going to agree. Save my data. So now we have a full near.org identity on our gateway. What I'm going to do is jump into our relayer demo. So you can see we have a relayer set up. This is our Pagoda demo relayer, so it's got a balance of almost 3,000 near. We're going to go ahead and just do a simple guest book interaction, so just to show how this works. So I'm going to add the message. Right now you have to pay gas for this transaction to go through, but this is actually going through our relayer, so this method, this smart contract is approved. So we're going to go ahead. We've got to select our passkey. Again, biometrics to authorize. I'm going to confirm our transaction. So our message has been committed to the guest book. So right now we're going to jump in and see, whoops. So we're going to look at the transaction log here. So what you can see here, we won't dive too deeply into this, but we actually are using the relayer to sponsor gas for those transactions. So pretty powerful stuff, really configurable. There's going to be a lot of additional innovation on top of this, including some multi-chain functionality with our relayer. So both FastAuth and relayer are going to be multi-chain compatible. That's something that's going to be coming up soon, which is going to be pretty fun. All right. So data, we want to have data-rich applications, obviously. So we've got a lot of new services that really make this a lot easier than it's been in the last year or two. Query API, if you haven't played with that, please check it out. Really, really powerful, really easy way to build your own indexers, view indexers, build on what others have done. Really powerful. There's components within near.org where you can actually use a nice wizard to create your first indexers. So where indexers used to be a really big pain point for developers, it's like easier than ever. So really cool to go and play with that UI. So please do that. Use the GraphQL interface. So really easy for developers to get started. RPC, we continue to innovate on top of RPC. We're continuing to make it more decentralized, faster, higher performing. So look for those kind of innovations in the next few months. That's going to get a lot better. And then data availability. So Ilya talked about this a little bit yesterday, but using, we have a data availability product that's coming out. And actually, I'd encourage you to stick around after this. Farat's going to go deep dive into that, so I'll let him give the details. But pretty cool service there to where not only can you interact with your own data, but you can interact with data from other chains as well. So I'll let you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And as Jim mentioned, so we can actually manage it for you, the relayer services in FastAuth, or you can self-host them. Everything is open source. I think that's the beauty. So it's a social good that OpenWeb Near is building is amazing. That's why I'm a fan and I'm here. So I would encourage everybody to actually take a look. And if you have any questions, reach out to us. Happy to answer any questions you guys have. So looking into future, as I mentioned, interoperability is something we're looking outward to. With all the announcement that happened yesterday with Ilya, so we are super thrilled to say that, as he mentioned, multi-chain FastAuth is coming. Like, we have created everything for the home chain, but we want to venture out and partner with other chains so that you have data availability, FastAuth and relayer compatible for other chains as well, so that you don't have to just do everything in the Near chain, but also can do in other chains. And that goes with the theme of all the things that we have mentioned. We can also offer Near as an infrastructure, tailgating on the same thing, pitch that I said. Either you want us to manage, we can happy to manage that, or self-host yourself some of these services that we just said. Again, cannot reiterate enough, so here are the links that you can actually take a picture of and then go and provide us with feedback, ask questions, and reach out to us. In addition to what Jim mentioned, I want to say that stick around, stay put. We have DA deep dive coming soon from Farat, and we also have multi-chain concept that David wants to share at the Block Zero Hacker HQ stage, where he'll also walk you through multi-chain fast auth.
I think that's at 3 o'clock too.
Yeah, it's 3 p.m.
If we're going to recommend other talks, stick around for Farhat for sure, and seeing David at 3 p.m.
Exactly, yeah. We can all go together.
Yeah. We're also going to keep looking at the Relayer stuff in near.org. We're going to release 3 or 4 additional demos that'll actually show you a lot of different permutations on Relayer and how we use that internally. So you can go ahead and look at how that's working. It'll give you a really good head start.
Awesome. Yeah. With that, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Cool. So we have a little quick scene change. But before we do that, I want to play a quick game for everyone sitting down right now. Can you stay with me for a quick sec? All right, cool. So we're trying to string together a story here, right? So we're going to start with me, go to you, and we'll snake through the rows. Each person has to add another word to the story. Can we do that? All right, let's go. There is some enthusiasm. All right. Hello. Just say anything. Okay, we kind of just were talking all the great things about Near, so we can go on and on forever about that. But we'll start with the next talk. So next up we have rock climbing extraordinaire Farhat Sarguz, who's going to be talking about Near as a data availability layer. So please welcome Farhat.
Hey everyone, my name is Farhat. I work at Pagoda as an engineering manager. And today I'm going to be talking about something that we've been cooking for a while, data availability layer on Near. So Ilya kind of explained yesterday what we're doing on data availability layer for Near, but I'm going to be doing a little bit more deep dive, and then we're going to look into how we do this for Ethereum rollups. Let's see if this is going to work. This is not working, guys. Oh, it does. Okay. Yeah, so what we're going to do today, we're going to be looking into what data availability is. We're going to be looking into what challenges that we have with data availability. We're going to look at what a rollup is. How many people know what a rollup is here? Oh, wow, okay. Then I'm going to be quick. I'm not going to go too deep, or maybe if you want to go too deep, we can go there. Why DA is important for rollups, right? We're going to introduce Near data availability layer. We're going to do component deep dive, and then we're going to look into what's next for the data availability layer. What is data availability in the first place? Data availability is a principle that data that is stored on a network is accessible and retrievable by all network participants. Yeah, okay. Cool, that is very easy to understand, right? You just make data available to everybody who's in the network. But what is the challenge? The challenge is when you want to scale the network. Because the problem is that you don't want everybody to verify all the data naively. You want to have some guarantee that the data is available to the participants, but not make everybody download and verify all the data all the time. But how does scaling work in the blockchain space? There are two thoughts on this. One of them is what we're doing at Near Protocol. We're doing on-chain scaling. But the idea is that not everybody should be verifying all the data. Some of them should be verifying some of it. Some of them should be verifying the other part. Validating. And this is how we're trying to solve this at Near Protocol. Right? We're trying to do this by sharding, which is an on-chain scaling solution. How Ethereum is trying to do this is kind of different. Again, same idea. Some parts should do, some parts should be doing the other part. And it's called off-chain scaling. There's multiple off-chain scaling types, so to say, but we're going to look into roll-ups today, right? Because right now that is the one that is kind of picking up. What is a roll-up? In Ethereum world currently, what they're trying to do is instead of having a monolithic blockchain, they're trying to have a modular stack, right? Where there's an execution layer, there's a settlement layer, and there's a consensus and data availability layer. What they're trying to do is they're trying to take the computation out, right? The execution out of the rest of the stack, put it in a very, let's say a supernode or a bunch of supernodes, do the calculation, roll up the transactions, put them in a bundle, compress them, and put it back onto an L1. Which actually scales pretty good, right? Because you don't have to, not all network has to do all the computation. But then there's a problem. How do we know that the computation that has been done on the supernode is actually correct? How do you prove to the rest of the participants that your state transition is correct? Let's go. So right now there's two ways of doing this and some subclasses of it. But first one is optimistic rollups, right? So you have to, the idea is that these supernodes optimistically produce these state changes and state change commitments and then put it on an L1. And then just they keep doing it. And they wait for a certain amount of time where if somebody who also has a stake in that network comes and says, wait a minute, there's a problem, here's my proof, which is called the fraud proof. And then the chain rolls back, the L2 chain rolls back. That is why it's called optimistic rollups. And for ZK, the proof is done on every execution, and it is called a validity proof. I am not going to go into detail on ZK technology. I just called it cryptographic magic. But at the end of the day, every execution comes with a cryptographic proof that the execution was correctly done. How does that relate to data availability? So we said that you have to somehow trustlessly verify the correctness of the computation performed off-chain, right? But how do you create the fraud proof in the first place? There's a state A, and then you want to go to the state B. There's an execution between, which is done through transactions. So you have to have access to those transactions in the first place to say, wait a minute, there's actually a problem with these state changes. And that data has to live somewhere. And it cannot really live with the party that does the execution, because what if they just don't respond? What if they just go away, right? You want to be able to continue that chain and keep the state somewhere. For the ZK, you don't really need the transactions, but where do you check your balance, for example? It has to live somewhere. And that is where the data availability layer comes into play. So what you could do is you can just, since you're already putting your transaction state commitments onto Ethereum, you can just put it on Ethereum, which is fine, and it has a high security, but at what cost? Ethereum is currently, and without proto-dank sharding or dank sharding, it is quite expensive to post this data directly on Ethereum. So what did we do then? We said, hey, Near protocol has very cheap storage, has cheap transaction processing. Why don't we just create a contract and then let these L2s put their data, their state, or their state diffs, or their transactions, whatever they want to put, it's just a byte array at the end of the day, directly on Near protocol, and provide them with a light client where they can say like, hey, this is the transaction, did it actually get inside is it actually in the chain, which is what we call inclusion proofs. And then we created a really minimal RPC client for Rust and non-Rust interactions. So right now we have it, we tested with Go and Rust. And that is pretty much it, actually. So if you look at this graph, you can see that there's Ethereum, the rollup derives blocks, executes transactions, and posts commitments on Near through Near DA. We put it on a contract, there's a light client, and then the fisherman, which is fishing for frauds, right, to create fraud proofs, is asking the light client, is this in? And at the end of the day, can go back to Ethereum and for the settlement and say like, hey, I found a fraud. And that is what we built. The blue parts that you see is what we've been working on for a couple of while now, a couple of months, and we're very excited. It is live, by the way, right now. I will give you the GitHub link at the end. If anybody wants to check out, feel free to check it out. Why would you build on Near? Why would you build on Near DA layer? Well, it's very, very cheap, right? For now, we also found optimization. Now it's 8,000 times cheaper than posting on ETH. We're going to be working on it to optimize it more. But something that is really important, we already have a bootstrap network that has a 100% uptime for more than a year, 3 years, 3 years now, which kind of says that you can trust the security of the network is already running and working. The validators are already up and running. So the bootstrap of the network has already been done. We already created a lightweight DA client that is easy to run, low cost running, and we have fast finality on state data. So this is really exciting for us. What's going to happen next, right? We already released this as open source. You can go and check it out. You can, if you want, you can integrate your own rollups to work with Near DA. Ilya announced some partnerships. We're working on more partnerships coming up. From a tech standpoint, what are we going to do next? We're going to be working on data availability sampling, which is really important to even get the cost down further and introduce data redundancies on Near. We're going to be working on, we're working on 2D erasure coding for the data redundancies. We want to improve the commitments. We're looking into KZG commitments, which is going to be getting us closer to Ethereum. We want to lower the barrier to entry. We want to create room to create economies around this, DAS clients. We want to create non-interactivity with erasure code commitments. You saw that there's a fisherman. We just want to get rid of it. It's just an additional actor. With KZG commitments, we don't have to do this anymore. We want to have room for more optimizations with multi-proofs, sampling individual code words. And something that we want to also investigate, and we're investigating with EigenLayer, is double quorum AVS, which means that the security will not be only on Near protocol validators, but also Ethereum restakers on these services, which is a combined security at the end of the day. And obstruction of data will be a slashable offense in this paradigm, where basically nodes, if they lie and don't give you the data, they will be slashed. We are very excited to launch this new product, and please go and check out if you want to take a look at what we've done. We've done already a couple of interesting integrations, Polygon CDK and OP-Stack Bedrock. We're working on multiple more. And yeah, I'm very, very excited to share this with you, and thank you.
Fantastic talk, Farhad. Thank you so much. We have a quick 15-minute break, so if you need to stretch out a little bit, grab some food, grab some water, whatever, please feel free to do that, and we'll be back here at 2:30. Thank you.
Please welcome back Near Foundation's William Rayner.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Welcome back to some of the afternoon sessions for the Layer 2 stage. As the voice of God said, my name's Will Renwell, a member of the BD team at the Near Foundation. For the first talk this afternoon, we're going to have Bowen Wang from Pagoda, who's going to be talking about the evolution of Near protocol design. So coming to you from San Francisco, please welcome Bowen.
Hey, how's everyone doing? Cool. As we'll introduce, I'm Bowen from Pagoda, and today I want to talk about the evolution of the NEAR protocol in the past several years and where we're heading towards next. It'd be ideal if this works. Okay. So as you probably all have heard of, we started with Nightshade, and this is the white paper that we published in 2019. And it details a design for a completely sharded blockchain. So both transaction processing and state are fully sharded, which at the time was not something that people take for granted. And one of the key innovations of Nightshade is that it only maintains one chain. Each shard does not maintain its own separate shard chain. And this allows us to get around some of the very difficult problems, like the atomistic failure of cross-chain transactions. And another key feature of Nightshade is that execution is entirely asynchronous. No matter whether two contracts live on the same shard or they live on different shards, if you want to do a cross-contract call between those two contracts, the execution is always going to be asynchronous. And the security of Nightshade relies on fraud proofs. So the assumption is that there is at least one node fisherman tracking every single shard, so that even if entire shard is corrupted, meaning that it's controlled by malicious validators, it is possible for the system to recover because fishermen can submit a fraud proof so that once the fraud proof is verified, the state would roll back. So despite all the innovations and simplifications in design, Nightshade is still a very complex protocol to implement. So Alex and I came up with this four-phase approach to actually get to Nightshade. In phase 0, we launched mainnet with one shard, even though all the code is written for many different shards. And in phase 1, which we launched last year, we introduced chunk-only producers, which adds some sharded processing to the network. And according to the roadmap, the next stage would be full Nightshade, essentially implements what the original white paper envisioned. And it is a system where no validator would have to track all shards, so the entire system is fully sharded. And after that, the plan was to have this enhancement where the system would dynamically adjust based on the load. It would change, increase number of shards when there's more load, and it would decrease number of shards when there's less load on the network. So in the past several years of developing and evolving the roadmap, what we realized is that Nightshade is a very elegant design, but in practice there's just a big problem, which is fraud proofs. So not only fraud proofs are quite difficult to implement, because essentially you need to have a way to statelessly verify that the invalid state transition has happened. But also, it is actually quite dramatic change to the network, because when fraud proofs are verified, we not only need to roll back the state of one shard, but actually the state of all shards need to be rolled back simultaneously. This is because otherwise someone can corrupt one shard, means 1 billion tokens sent to another shard, and even if you roll back the state of that shard at the moment, it doesn't solve the problem because the 1 billion tokens that are invalidly minted already live on another shard. So the state of all shards have to be rolled back at the same time, and this can actually happen at any time, right? It can happen when the epoch switch, when the validator set change, when there's resharding, or like when there's congestion on the network, and there's like a lot of corner cases to be accounted for. And what makes things worse is that this mechanism is almost never expected to be triggered in practice, because as far as I'm concerned, there has been no attack in the proof-of-stake world where an invalid state transition has actually happened on the network due to malicious activities. And this makes it very difficult to test that this mechanism works correctly. And the problem is that if this mechanism does not work correctly, it can actually accidentally slash people due to bugs under normal operation, and that is actually quite difficult to deal with. So we ask ourselves the question, is there an alternative? And there is, so that's where stateless validation comes in. So this is a different design where the system has two types of validator. There is this stateless validators who essentially receive the chunks and also the state witness that are required to be able to verify the execution of those chunks. And there is a separate set of validators called chunk proposers, Essentially, they're responsible for producing the chunks, keeping track of the state locally, produce state witness, and distribute them to the rest of the network. So the obvious question is like, well, how does this help? So basically, there are two important things with stateless validation. One is that when you sample a subset of validators for a single shard from the entire validator set, if there are a lot of validators, the probability of a shard getting corrupted can be made extremely small. And the probability a shard getting corrupted, meaning that it's controlled by majority of malicious validators. And also, the validators will actually shuffled on every single block, so essentially the rotation happens on every single block. And because of that, there is no way to adaptively corrupt the validators for a given shard because you don't actually know who are the validators who are going to validate for the next block because the shuffling actually relies on the randomness beacon that you cannot bias. And as a result, the system is probabilistically secure and with extremely high probability. So roughly in practice, it means something like on the order of once every 1,000 years or once every 2,000 years, the validator rotation will fail. And so in practice, that can be considered secure. And this allows us to essentially get rid of the fraud proofs. That is the most difficult thing to implement in the nightshade design. But that's not the only major benefit. There are actually at least two other major benefits of the stateless validation design. So one of them is that the cost of operating a validator is going to go down significantly because they don't actually need to track the state of shard locally. And as a result, they can operate much cheaper hardware. And because of that, it potentially leads to more decentralization and more validators joining the system. Another thing is that because only a few validators in the system need to operate more expensive hardware, we can actually make it such that the state of a shard can be entirely held in memory, and this would improve the speed, the performance of single shard dramatically, because today we know that performance bottleneck is mostly on state read and write. And those validators don't even need to operate super expensive hardware either. This is because we're sharding, so we can essentially say that the state of each single shard is limited to, say, 50 gigabytes. And if you do that, then ideally it should be able to fit into a 64 gigabyte RAM machine, which isn't really that expensive either. So the team has already begun working on this new design a few months ago. And we expect the engineering work to finish by the end of this year and actually release to mainnet in Q1 2024. So it is worth highlighting that this design, or like what we're implementing now, actually completes the phase 2 of sharding goal, where no validators need to track all shards. Despite it being a different design, it does achieve what the vision of the nightshade paper says. And we plan to have more optimizations in the future, things like reducing the size of state witness, improve network communication, improve the reward structure, and so on and so forth. So in our pursuit of excellence, we never fail to ask ourselves the question of whether we can do better. And in the stateless validation design, there's essentially a different difficult problem, which is that the state witness, it actually consists of the state touched during the execution, alongside with a Merkle proof that the state actually belongs to the correct state as dictated by the state root. And the size of the state witness could be a concern, especially when the network is under high load, so the state touched during the execution could be a lot. And we're asking ourselves the question, well, is there a way we can get around that problem, or at least mitigate it? That's where StarSide comes in. And before I talk about what StarSide actually is, I want to take a quick detour and talk about zero-knowledge proofs, one of the hottest topics in blockchain today. I won't actually go into too much detail on how exactly zero-knowledge proof works, and I'll only give a high-level overview of what it can do and what it can enable. So essentially, for an arbitrary computation P, you can generate a zero-knowledge proof to prove that the computation is done correctly, and the proof is succinct, meaning that the verification time is polylogarithmic in the computation itself. And depending on the construction, it can also be constant time, so meaning the verification is extremely fast. And also it has input so that the verifier doesn't necessarily need to know the input to the computation. So for this presentation, we'll mostly focus on the part that the succinctness part, meaning that the verification is extremely cheap. And because of those properties, zero-knowledge proof gives rise to a lot of interesting possibilities. They're very small, very cheap to verify, and verification of the proof is highly parallelizable because verification of each proof is stateless. You just verify the proof itself, and you can verify like 10 proofs at the same time. And why is this important? So if we think about what blockchains do, one of the most important things blockchains do is that they reach consensus on what the state is. No matter where the blockchain is started, it's one of its main tasks is to actually agree on the state. And today, most blockchains do that by verifying the computation. So what that means is that, let's say, some node does computation, let's say it produces block, it does a computation, and it gets a new state root. And all the other nodes in the network, assuming, let's say, there's one shard, then all the other nodes in the network needs to redo the same computation to verify that the computation is done correctly. And that is actually a lot of overhead. So let's say you have 100 validators, and essentially there's like 100x computation overhead. And zero-knowledge proof actually breaks away from that kind of paradigm. And it only adds a little bit of overhead because each verification is extremely cheap. So on top of the original computation being done, the overall overhead is quite minimal if we exclude the proof generation time. So what does this proof actually do? So roughly, it states that there exists some chunk whose execution leads to the new state root. And this proof has 3 parts. The first part is that this proof that shows that there exists some chunk that would hash to the given hash. So the given hash is a public input to the zero-knowledge proof. So basically, both prover and the verifier knows about it. And also has a proof that proves that the state used during the execution is correct, meaning that it belongs to the correct state as dictated by some state root. And finally, it has this most complex part that shows the runtime execution is correct. And this essentially is a circuit that encodes entire near runtime logic. So it's not only just things like transaction execution of transfers or like simple things like this, but also includes a smart contract execution. And because Near uses WebAssembly as a runtime, it also proves the WebAssembly execution as part of this proof. And as you probably have heard yesterday, this is the Awesome initiative that we're working on with the Polygon team. So despite all the magical properties of zero-knowledge proof, they're not without problems. So one of the biggest problems with zero-knowledge proof today is that proof generation is quite slow. So the most performant decay system today has a slowdown factor of roughly 10,000x, meaning that it takes 10,000x more time to generate the proof compared to the native execution itself. And that number is going down pretty dramatically over the past several years, and we do expect that number to go down dramatically over the next several years as well, due to innovations both on the proving system and on the engineering side. However, there's still a problem. Let's say the overhead gets down to 100x, meaning that the proof generation time is 100x execution time. We still cannot integrate into the protocol as is, and that is because Near is designed to have fast finality, very low block time, and blocks are produced very fast. It's not designed for this system where there is a 100x overhead between consensus and execution. That is what motivated us to design Starsight, a decay-centric sharding model. So roughly what this says is that the consensus would run separately from execution and only agrees on the transaction to be included in a block. And the people who execute the block, the chunks, let's say we still call them chunk proposers, they would execute the chunks and generate the proof for the state transition. And once the proof generation is complete, the proof would get committed back into the blockchain and get validated through consensus. And those proofs attest to both the new state root as claimed by the chunk proposers, as well as the new outgoing state root, so that there can be cross-shard communication. And with techniques like proof compression or proof recursion, this design can actually scale to quite a large number of shards, even if we just put the proof directly in the block. So in terms of scalability, we think that Starsight is as good as Nightshade. So this is kind of an illustration of what I mean by consensus running separated from execution. So as you can see, this is showing the execution of one shard. It's not necessarily the case that there is a new state root update after every single block. It could be that whoever does the execution execute several blocks together because it's always running behind consensus, so it always has something to execute. At some point, once it generates the zero knowledge proof, it will commit the zero knowledge proof back into the consensus, the blockchain. So there are two major advantages of the star-side design. One is that the design is extremely simple, except the decay part. So there's no validated rotation, there's no fraud proof or state rollback. That is one of the main difficulty in the Nightshade design. And because the new state root are essentially atomically committed back to the blockchain, meaning that they are either immediately accepted through consensus because all the validators would validate zero knowledge proof, or they're immediately rejected as invalid. This simplifies a lot of the design challenges we had in Nightshade or similarly in the stateless validation design. And the design is also very versatile. It doesn't dictate how the chunk proposer should package transactions. They can potentially even be shared across multiple different shards and so on and so forth. And more importantly, it doesn't really dictate how the runtime should actually work for each shard, as long as zero knowledge proof can be generated for the state transition. And this gave rise to a lot of interesting possibilities. So for example, we can have multiple execution environments within the same network. Potentially, we can have WASM, EVM, Move, or some other custom virtual machines. And it's also possible to conceive a future where we have both synchronous execution and asynchronous execution within the same network. So for example, we can have WASM execution environments similar to what NEAR has today with async execution and EVM with synchronous execution. So this is kind of a comparison between Nightshade and Starside. And in terms of security, Nightshade relies on system having honest fishermen, and Starside does not rely on any additional security other than the BFT assumption. They both have very high scalability, and Starside has much higher decentralization factor because verifying the state transition is extremely cheap, can even do that in the browser. And even though Starside somewhat sacrifices on-chain finality, as we're seeing in practice, that's not that big of a concern because the RPCs can actually, as long as they have the transactions, they can execute them and provide this kind of optimistic state finality. And for people who want more kind of a security from the chain itself, they can get it when the zero knowledge proof is committed back to chain. And assuming an 100x slowdown factor, it's like 1 to 2 minute delay, which in the grand scheme of things is considered to be acceptable. And in terms of execution environment, today the Nightshade design relies on WebAssembly, and in Starside is pretty much any execution environment that can be proved in ZK. So since the mainnet launch in 2020, we've had 34 protocol upgrades, and we're constantly searching for ways to improve the protocol, exploring different frontiers of the blockchain research, and try to improve the usability, scalability, and decentralization of the NEAR protocol. And Starside is just one of those efforts to explore the next stage of evolution for the NEAR protocol. And we are working on a white paper that documents the details of the Starside design. I hope to publish that somewhere in early 2024, so stay tuned for that. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Bowen, for that great talk. Very, very technical, and we got another great one for you coming up. But first, everyone's favorite token at the conference, NCon. Please scan the QR code, claim some more. A lot of the merch has been selling out fast, so highly, highly recommend you get some more of this so you can get some more merch. All right, all right, all right. Great job claiming all the NEARCON or NCON token. Even our next speaker is working on claiming some so he can maybe get some more merch later. So our next speaker is going to be Robert Zaremba, coming to us from Switzerland. He's going to be talking about redefining online trust with soul-bound tokens. And as always, fun fact about Robert, he owns 6 racing bikes, and he said he only thinks about work when he's riding them sometimes. So please welcome Robert Zaremba.
Hello everyone. So I'm going to talk about humanity, about souls, and about how we can create new foundations for creating new social constructs. So let's go. So I already got a little bit of intro, but from a technical perspective, I'm an architect at the NDC Tech work group. I'm part of the contract standards work group. Created a few major standards like the fungible token standard, recently the SBT standard, and also working on the multi-fungible token standard. I'm also a researcher and developer at Cosmos, lecturing at University of Geneva, and my interest is in general social economical protocols. So guys, I guess you know it, and it's boring, right? It looks bored. But a lot of people care about it, for better or worse, makes a lot of money, and if you miss it, then you may look like the woman on the left. If you didn't miss it, you feel like a boss. Those were about NFTs, and many people can think that the soul-bound token can be represented as an NFT, and this is what I want to talk about. So an SBT is a token, is non-fungible, is non-transferable, but about the but I will talk later, and there is a bound. So as like picture, if you want to draw it, you can think about it that those tokens can represent something. So let's say if you worked, a reward, a fact of your life, something that is really bound to you and describes you. So NFT, if you can, in my definition, if I think about NFT, I think about a subject. So NFT can be a car. NFT can be an image. NFT can be a bottle of a wine. SBT, on the other hand, will define a subject. So it can be a certificate about me. It can be my identity. A reputation. It can represent a social right for governance or a membership. And from like this abstract perspective, yes, you can think that they don't compete between each other. Yes? So SBT can describe NFT. If you think that NFT is a subject and SBTs define the subject, then we can link them together. Works? Not doesn't work? Okay. And in NEAR, we like to innovate. Okay, correct. We innovated with the fungible tokens. We did again with events, meta transactions, so the account model and the delegation actions. Those are very interesting things. So definitely, like the concept of SBT come from the Ethereum, but it doesn't mean that we need to copy it, and we didn't. We did better. So if you want to have your digital identity and you want to think about it that it will be this non-transferable, but if you think about it from the NFT category, yes, then you may look like this. Soul, right? So you have a human, you have a subject, and a soul, yes, which will describe it. People, for example, yes, like in the mountain will tell you, yes, tell me what did you climb in the winter, I will tell you how good are you. So tell me what did you do, tell me what are your certificates. This is how it describes you. So can you transfer it? Can you transfer your abilities? Well, not really. Can you put the abilities to something which doesn't have a soul? Again, right, it's like depending how do we model it. So our model here is like really different. We will go talk about it later. We really define a soul as a set of abilities. So talking about the non-transferability, transferability, in fact, is very important. Like if you come from the, let's say, original Ethereum idea about like the account model and the near account model, yes, we have a clear separation between authorization level or authentication level and an address and an identity. Yeah, so as an identity, I should be able to have many authentication ways. I should plug authentication. Same thing is for the transferability, for the soul, right? If the soul, I mean, if in a blockchain we think about an account that can represent me, right? And it will build up that soul. I should be able to somehow merge, migrate, or recover the soul if the account itself requires to be merged, recovered, or renewed for whatever reason. Yes, for example, because it was compromised, your key is lost, and so on. If you lose your passport, yes, it doesn't mean that your identity is lost. You are still there. So building up this protocol, we need to think about these problems, and we need to solve them. And on the other hand, there are problems that can kick us back and be used by an attacker. So there is a whole vector of a Sybil attacks when this transferability could be used against the principal. So we don't want that these abilities will be traded. Yeah, so let's say if you have your character in a game, that you don't want that ability of a character will be traded to another character or duplicated. So in ETH.Land, yes, there is this whole ERC and also model about, I forgot the name, but you have an NFT and the NFT can host other NFTs. I think a better way to model it would be, again, with these SBTs here. But we need to have economic model to prevent different actions and at the same time have the recoverability and the no transferability. So we cannot duplicate, we cannot overwrite. Body without the soul is dead. So once you transfer something, the account, the source account is blocked. So this is the economics model we built in the SBT standard. So whenever you move the soul to another account, yes, the source account will be blacklisted, blocked forever. When the source account and a destination account already has an SBT and there is a conflict between them, then you cannot do a transfer. You cannot overwrite, of course, because the protocol doesn't understand which one is the more accurate one. However, every person can burn any of his SBTs. There is also like economical motivation why someone should burn his SBT. Well, if you don't want it for whatever reason, even there, I mean, the trace on the blockchain will be there, of course, but you have a right, yes, how you want to, let's say, get rid of maybe some abilities. So those economical requirements draw us to these design choices. So when you think again with NFT, you have like each NFT will be a contract, and each that contract will have its own balance book. This doesn't work with the requirements we have now because of the transferability. So you want to be like really atomic. I didn't mention it before, but the clear solution here is that when you transfer a soul, you need to transfer it completely. You cannot, like, say, take a part of soul from account and then transfer it to account A and another part to account B. That's not how it should work. So all the operations must be atomic. And in the world, like we have in the blockchain, when there is a block limit, transaction limit, and when you have many abilities, this can go out of the way. So we had to do some more critical decisions in how this works. So we separated the balance book. There is only one balance book for all SBTs. This is what we call a registry. Registry is more like a public good. So today, the I am human registry is still permissioned, meaning that if you want to issue tokens in the I am human registry, you have to be whitelisted. This is not what we want in general, but we still keep it so far, so we have more abilities to adapt quicker without creating a break. Breaks with other protocols we don't know. So at least we know if you want to, let's say, break an API, change something, we know with who we want to talk and get the feedback. That call, that decision worked. We got few breaking changes for a better. That also draw like new extensions. I will talk about them soon. So yeah, so the principle is that you have contracts which will represent the SBT, but the tokens will be recorded in that common registry. And then you have a user, and then the user can talk about the issuer, the metadata about the issuer and the class directly to the issuer contracts, to the SBT. But if they want to talk about query tokens, then they query registry. So the flow is rather simple here. Like once you understand that there is this difference between issuer contract, and the registry, then if Alice wants to get the token, she may request it from issuer. So think about it that this is a DAO or a congress or someone from a class, from a group. So that issuer will mint a token by calling the issuer contract. The issuer contract will do a call to the registry requesting the balance book update. Registry emits the event, so indexers can pop up, and the information is, we assure the integrity of the information between the whole ecosystems and tools. The registry will return the token ID, and that token ID is returned back to Alice. Classes. So normally you can think that you have a token, and then you have a token ID, and that's it, right? Why classes? So one issuer may have different categories, different kinds of the tokens they want to create. So let's say an issuer is your university. A class can represent a year and a diploma, right? So let's say if you're major in computer science, graduating 2010, that will be class 1. Graduating 2011, class 2. If you are a major in history, yes, there will be another class. So you don't need to create a new issuer for every category of SBTs. It's often better to do it with classes. And our use case, for example, with Fractal, is that we have one issuer Fractal, and there is a class for a face verification, there is a class for KYC verification, there could be a class for other verifications. Okay, so I mentioned about few extensions. So I hope now the concept of SBT and registry works now, but I am human is special because it's really targeted to provide more description related to proof of humanity, proof of personhood. So for example, you want to mint your token to an account, let's say a membership account. The token will represent a membership in a group. And you only want to mint to an account which is already validated as a human. And if you want to do it automatically, we provide a function to that. Yeah, so you don't need to do a check between an indexer or with a registry. There is a shortcut to do it. Of course, burn, like I mentioned. Burn all, so a user can burn all of his tokens if he wants. Is human call. If you remember, in fungible tokens, yes, we have transfer call. So this is something similar. If I am a human, if I'm calling the contract as a human, the contract will authorize me and let the downstream contract know that it's called by a human, by me, right? So it's kind of a shortcut. So you want to, it's very useful for all the protocols like, for example, easy pooling, that you want to assure that a transaction is originated by a human. Is-human call log, it's a new extension we added 2 weeks ago. It allows you to log for transferability. So the perfect example is voting body and a governance. When you vote, yes, there is a period of time you want to vote, let's say a week. And a common attack vector would be that, okay, I vote with one account, and then I do a soul transfer, so I move my soul to another account, and now there is a new account, and I want to vote with that new account. The original idea how we wanted to prevent that was recording the proof of humanity, so the soul, the tokens, right? The soul tokens, which represents the humanity. That created a lot of opacity, a lot of implementation details that was going to the user, to the developer, to the user of the protocol, which was not necessary and buggy prone. So that's why we created that lock. It's a user who is like agreeing to lock his account, lock his soul in the account to do an action which has a span in a time. So a governance is the perfect example. And there is this lock duration, so let's say a protocol who is requesting that should set the lock duration, like the minimum that is necessary is to prevent double vote, double spend, and so on. So let's say if we are in the voting is 7 days, but we are already in the 5th day of voting, then the lock duration should be set at 5 days. If there is already an existing lock, longer than the one we request, then we always take the maximum. So we don't overwrite, we always take the maximum. So if there is another protocol which depends on the lock, there won't be any issue or a collision between the data they want to acquire. And queries, so you can check if an account is a human. Flagging. Flagging is, I would say, a feature that, yes, many people may dab about. So against extension, it's not part of the core protocol. We are still like thinking what will be the next version, how we want to evolve with this design, but it's meant for a governance. So for example, the council of I am human can flag some other account that, let's say, it violated some policies. Yes, and let's say prevent him for participating in elections, in certain elections. So in voting body, we released voting body for NDC a week ago, at the beginning of this week. Yes, there is a gov ban. The gov ban only bans a user or asks the ban to the user to not be able to participate in elections. He can vote, he can execute his human rights, but he cannot be an active participant of the execution body. Of course, this is up to the protocol, I mean the users, to see if they want to use it or not, right? So if the NDC v2 decides, okay, we don't want to care about those flags, it's their choice. The flags are there. The commission, yes, to manage those flags can be managed, in fact, by the voting body itself. But I think it's a tool that other protocols can build on. I'm a little bit out of time. I want to quickly talk about the digital society. So like the digital society, or DISO, it's like the richer movement for pluralistic ecosystem, right? So there is like no one environment. Like today you think that there is an environment by your neighborhood, country, culture, right? With digital society, you have circles. Those like you can be in many different circles. It's like a little bit like in real life. Yes, you have your work circle, you have your, let's say, family circle, hobby, and so on. Those can determine different social levels, different social interactions, different abilities you may want to do. And representing it with the soulbound tokens is really a good idea, because our society is really not about the digital life, but the real life. And how we can link it together, how we can assure that there are protocols basically to provide all these different features. I think it's very important. So there is this idea called sociocracy. You can think about it as a democracy 3.0. Basically, the main issue with the democracy is that it's not very efficient, right? Because it's large. If you want to make a decision in a big group of people, good luck. It's already very hard to do a referendum. And on the other hand, like if you have hierarchical, I'm super sorry, I'm finishing. So if you have like a hierarchical decision-making, the hierarchical governance system, yes, then many people will disagree with that, right? Because it's top-down rather than egalitarian. So sociocracy is like this, again, circles, idea that we have consensus and we go beyond the consensus with unity, discussions, organizations, double linking, so the circles are not disconnected. There is always a linkage to common people who are between the circles to assure that there is quality flow, information flow, and so on. Okay, so that's the last. And yeah, I think we can make a photo of it and then look at it later. But the idea is really that we want to assure efficient flows between decision-making, people, and the social movements. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Robert. That was a great talk. Great talk. Again, real quick, if y'all would like to claim some more NCon, please scan the QR code, but stay in your seats while doing it. We don't want people rushing up, blocking the code, so please, if y'all can, just stay in your seats for it. Actually, I'm gonna claim some myself. So just curious for the audience, what's the coolest thing y'all have claimed so far with your NCon tokens? T-shirt or hoodie? Oh, the black hoodie. That's nice. What was up? The Tangent wallets? Yeah. That was sick. All right, everyone, please make your way back to your seats for our next talk. So, common question that we sometimes get from the BD team is, who maintains some of the Near dev tooling? Well, thankfully, we have Vlad here to give a quick presentation on how they do it and who does it. So please welcome from Ukraine, and also a quick fun fact about Vlad is that he's really healthy. He walks 5 kilometers a day. So please welcome Vlad.
Happy NEARCON. By the way, not 5, but 45, which is a bit of a different, but I mean, yeah, I'll take it for good, healthy metric. Yeah, so I'm happy today to be on the stage, and I think it's very important to talk about the tools because that is a part of our day-to-day developers' lives, how it makes the technology we experience day-to-day is so much joy. So a bit about myself. I'm Vlad, aka Frol. You can see me on many channels. A lot of people somehow know me. I don't know how it happens. I'm co-founder of DevHub. I think I authored and maintained or contributed to almost all Near tooling since day one, basically. Because I joined Near in early 2019, where it all just started. And yeah, the meme is I use Arch, by the way, and I love Near and Rust. So this is where we start. I often hear a lot of misconceptions about developers and who they are, especially from those who want to bring value, but they just don't understand us, developers. We are very different, and I want, then at a certain point I was like, okay, probably I need just to tell people how to understand us developers. And that's how I created this interactive mind map. This is the snapshot of it. You can follow the link. I'll have slides posted on all our DevHub channels after the talk. But I want to walk you through at least a little bit into this area. So, well, we are all on the same page and we understand. Because even some developers do not really realize how different some of the groups of developers are. And starting from here with app developers on the left and on my diagram, these are developers who are the majority, I believe, in developer space. They build business apps for regular users of the internet. They value speed of development over correctness in a certain sense because they need to ship fast, they need to please their users. And this is a very fundamental trade-off compared to the other type of developers that I identify as platform developers. Because platform developers, they value correctness, especially 100% verifiable correctness, or developer tools, experience that other developers will use over just speed of development per se. They just love to polish it till very last bit of beauty of code. They deliver to developers as opposed to app developers, and they usually tend to require more deep tech understanding of stuff. So it's I feel like they're just different universes, at least in my head. And in between of those, there is the platform enablers group, which are usually tech geeks or just folks who love to live on the cutting edge of technology. They love to brag about tech. They we love it. And the important part and the role of platform enablers is that they are positioned uniquely because platform developers, just inside to you folks, if you didn't know, they aren't really into onboarding other folks into their tech. They just love to build their beautiful code. They think that everybody else will understand it just by reading it. That's not the case. And we need platform enablers to actually tell the world how those projects are great, how the tech is cool. And it's DevRel, it's just regular users who are maybe not even technical, but they just see how exciting the technology, how other people are excited about the technology. So this is different types of audiences, right? And just examples of those platforms that I want to highlight from what I see is happening as also they productionalize the platform enablers role a little bit. Jutsu AI, I'm sure you've heard about them during this NEARCON already. There is AgarApp. I think you might have not heard about them just yet because I really received all this information just yesterday. So we are launching, we're shipping as we go. So they created this cool course on NearSDK.js and how to use it. That's awesome, I believe. And it all started on DevHub, and this is where I will connect it just in a bit. One important thing that I want to re-emphasize on app developers, platform enablers, and platform developers is that I personally started as app developer, then I joined Near as platform developer, And now I feel like I'm mostly a platform enabler. So it's not set in stone. You can shift and as you like, as you wish, and navigate the space. But we need to understand the needs. We need to understand what we actually know about those folks and what we want, what they need, what they need, and what they can bring to us as a community. And this is near DevHub. Obviously, I'm being the co-founder. I wanted to brag a bit about it. But I think it's shared space. The important piece is that it's not designed to be top-down. It is designed to be the support for the whole ecosystem. So DevHub is just the shared resource. And it is, we talked about it a bit during the DevHub panel today, that it's important to know, to take ownership of things as a community in order to grow and really shine. That's what I see among many DevHub contributors these days. They start to take more ownership and responsibility and just ship more and more on the daily basis. And the role of DevHub, as I see it, is to provide the scaling solutions to the ecosystem. There are a few already running successfully. Platform Developers Fellowship Program, I'll dive a little bit into it later. There is Hackbox that we also covered during the panel today, which is a template solution basically for those who want to run a hackathon. It's like a franchise. You basically open the documentation, see how to get started, and it should be as easy as like following a recipe from the internet. You need to be very comfortable at the kitchen, you know. But if you want just to have a good guidance of how to run a good event, maybe check out the Hackbox. Decentralized Developer Relations Program is also a new, just fresh, new launched thing that helps to build local communities that are facilitating workshops, education, and like just local presence of NEAR ecosystem in all over the world. So this is about like scale. Specifically about the fellowship program, I want to start with some hard stats. So, first of all, what is it? What do I mean by NEAR platform to begin with? NEAR platform is the NEAR core as a blockchain. There's dev tools and documentation that are like in combination are representing the whole NEAR open stack experience that all developers need to have in order to be productive. And since June 2023, we just launched this program this summer, basically. We had 3 leaders who led 20 plus fellowship contributors through the DevHub, or even like just as, you know, kind of not necessarily reporting through the DevHub, but they were helping people through the hub facilities to onboard those folks, contribute to 20 projects, cut 12 releases, and commit and create over 1,000 commits, meaning like feature commits, not just like small ones. And all in all, it was the total budget for this whole program was $50K. It is growing nowadays, and I see it is scaling tremendously. But I just wanted to shout out to all these awesome folks. Not all of them I put on the slide. They just like I selected randomly, more or less. But they contributed a lot to push and to make these things happen. So we finally created, released BORSCH 1.0. It's a big deal because like the first release, the first stable release that we can count on, and that like we not gonna break any, not gonna introduce any breaking changes. That is a very good signal to the community that how stable it is. That was a blocker for the for the next releases. So near workspaces RS, near CLI RS, and near sandbox RS, for example, they still didn't reach the 1.0 release, but they are on a good track to really stabilize now with, we caught very good, solid 0.9, 0.7 releases, and I think they will be coming next to our day-to-day life. The specific ones that I want to, they're small, but I want to call out them, is near account ID RS, near token RS, near gas RS. There's very small utility, but they are used everywhere. And this is cool to have them at the foundation, basically, and that they will make the code much more reliable. So those pieces are, there is a lot, and they all come together even in a bigger initiative, the whole tool set of tools, so SDK, so near SDK, RS, near SDK JS, which are the dev tools for the contract developers on Near, they are getting a lot more stability and stable foundation, and they are really on track finally to have a very solid next release. So for example, near SDK RS will reach 5.0 release, hopefully by the end of this month, with all the changes that we baked into it. So, well, I wanted to also provide some call to actions here of how to join the forces and where you can find the relevant resources. So first of all, Near ecosystem is all open and welcoming. So you can just go on GitHub and find all good first issues if you are really into just see what's going on there. Very easy. Search for label good first issues. There are plenty of them, and yeah, start takering. And then also you can really go to DevHub and find the fellowship program and all the details about it on DevHub. And if you are deep technical and you have Near experience and you are willing to onboard other developers, please join the fellowship program to contribute, to guide them, to be a buddy for them. It's currently focusing on Near platform, as I described it. If you are new to Near, but you still have a pretty good technical background, find the leaders that are applied to be the buddy, and talk to them, reach out to them, ask for guidance, and yeah, that's another way to join and to help. And that's basically all you need to know about how to join the forces, how to be very productive, and hopefully make the ecosystem even better place for all of us, developers, I mean, right? And yeah, check out the new relaunched website. The landing page on Near DevHub has been launched last Friday, and I hope it will tell you a much better story about why Near is so cool, why DevHub is so cool, and why we should help it to be even better. That's all. Thanks, everybody. See you at DevHub.
Thank you for the talk, Vlad. Really appreciate that. Up next, we have someone who's actually a Portuguese local. So he's one of the few people who actually drove to the conference instead of flying to the conference. We have Mitchell from ImmuneFi who's going to be talking about bug bounties. And a fun fact, like always, Mitchell is a chocolate addict. So given that he's a local, if you're looking, you might have a sweet tooth or something tonight, maybe you want to hit up Mitchell. So please welcome Mitchell.
Okay. This working? 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Okay, so first things first. A big crowd, overwhelming. But first things first, it's true, I am a chocolate addict. I do know all the best chocolate brands in Portugal. So if you ever want recommendations, I can give you the best that wonderful Portugal has to offer. Now, For those of you who remain, we have an exciting topic. We're going to talk about how Immunify created the world's biggest bug bounties, and that is not hyperbole. The bug bounties on Immunify are larger than the entirety of the rest of the web industry combined. That's bigger than all of Web 2. That's bigger than all other crypto. Combine them all together, they're still not bigger than the bug bounties available and claimed on Immunify today. The only place where they might be larger is in the shadowy world of intelligence and the buying and selling of zero-day vulnerabilities by entities like the CIA, the NSA, Bundeswehr, intelligence agencies around the world, Mossad, North Korea, what have you. That's about it where they might be bigger, because that's a huge shadow economy that we're not aware of, but we intend to fix that. So I'm going to be sharing how we created, and that's the right word, we created the world's largest bug bounties so that you can learn how to push pro-social, industry-enhancing standards for yourself. First thing, what's a bug bounty and what is Immunify? So a bug bounty is a big prize that says, if you find a vulnerability in such and such a code base with such and such an impact being a bad thing that happens, then we will pay you a prize according to these rules. It's a big contract, a big contest, an invitation for you to hack in and break someone's software for fun, profit, and most importantly, glory. Lots of glory. Gotta be the best. So that's the long and short of it. It's been used in the software industry for almost 25 years now. We've had bug bounties in one form or another with great success. And it's become a massive global industry over the last 10-ish years with the rise of the Web 2 bug bounty platforms. Second of all, what is Immunify? Immunify is the leading Web 3 bug bounty platform. We have the largest bug bounties in the world, again, larger than everybody else combined. We're founded almost 3 years ago in December 2020. More than 50 people around the world, all day, every day, thinking about vulnerabilities across the ecosystem today. We paid out, this is a little bit outdated, well over $85 million, working up to $100 million in that time. We prevented tens of billions of dollars. When I say 25 billion, I'm just talking hard cash. I'm just talking stables. I'm not including tokens. If we look at speculative tokens, if we look at volatile assets, if we look at platforms, for example, Optimism, for example, Polygon, and everything built on top of them, we're probably looking more in the range of 50 to $100 billion in damage, depending on the time those assets were valued. Each one of you here have almost certainly been affected by our work personally. And just to reinforce that, almost every major project in the industry, not every, sadly, we're still working on that, but almost every major project in the industry uses Immunify. MakerDAO, Optimism, again, Polygon. You look at the top list of DeFi players and the top list of security players, such as OpenZeppelin, for example, they're all using Immunify to run their bug bounties first and foremost. Now, the story of how we push these bug bounties is not just a story of creativity or good execution. It's also a story of how you push great standards in the market. You might be developing a developer product. You might be developing a new DeFi primitive. You might be building some type of platform product. Either way, you've got a unique value that hopefully, probably, hasn't been seen before. You need to make sure you can get adoption for that. It's not easy. It's deeply brutal. Anybody who's gone to market with something can tell you that for sure. What I'm about to show you might give you a tool in your toolbox to doing that. When we started the company in late 2020, the security industry was, by and large, in shambles. It was immature. It was concerningly ill-developed. There was a large auditing community, but nowhere near large enough. Hacks were a frequent type of event. This is just at the beginning of the rise of DeFi, just before DeFi summer and the DeFi boom that followed. And there was a lot of demand for security, but there was a very immature stack for security. So almost all talent was either being hired by projects, which is great, we all need more security engineers, or it was being rolled into audit firms and provided as an auditing firm. Now that's cool, that's nice, but where was the rest of the stack? Where was the reactive security? Where were the bug bounty programs? Where were the monitoring? They didn't exist. And that is an insane thought. You would never allow your web infrastructure to be run that way, but that's how the entirety of the blockchain developer community, every major project was running their own stack. Okay? We didn't have a security stack. We had manual code review by your friends in some security firm who you hope are really good. And you had hiring people internally to do the same thing. Not great. And as a result of that, right, as a result of being unprepared for the influx of activity, DeFi primitives worked. We brought tons of capital on chain. Bridges worked. We started moving capital cross chain. Lots of these products got really, really, really exciting, okay? And we got wrecked. As an industry, we got wrecked. Billions and billions of dollars in damages and losses. Probably a few of you have experienced that. I know I certainly have. I've been on the receiving end of some of these events. Just this year, $1 billion plus, and it's been a pretty good year, might I add. Let's turn back. What was the situation? We thought to ourselves, you know what? What's our secret for pushing this standard? Why do we think we can make a difference? Why do we think we can solve this problem? We think we can because we have a fundamentally different version of the future. We think we know where the future is going, and we can build a business that can bring that future into reality faster, better, to the benefit of everybody else, and create a lot of value for ourselves as well in the process. And that is the vision of a world where every single major project in the industry is using a bug bounty program. In our view, it was going to be an imperative as millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of assets aggregated into these token networks of various types and these tokenized products. People would realize that securing these assets is incredibly important, but they had no stack. They would need to build a stack. And not only that, knowing that a single catastrophic exploit can absolutely destroy the entirety of the token value of your system, totally destroy the brand for your product forever, make everybody feel that they will never touch whatever you've built with a 10-foot pole. People are going to wise up real fast that they can afford a total of 0 of those events. And as a result, people are going to make these huge investments into bug bounties. Whereas the web world had seen, the largest bug bounty in the world was, I think it was like Apple for about almost $500,000 was considered a huge deal. Web3 was going to blow that out of the water. We were going to see millions, multiple millions, tens of millions of dollars of bounties. Absolutely huge. And all these problems that we had in Web 2, these issues of minimal disclosure incentives, just weak rewards, unstructured programs written by lawyers, just painful to read. You don't want to help anything that's written by a lawyer. Why would you want to work with that project? Abuse of white hats, a frequent thing. Projects would just take advantage of people who did disclose. And again, across all crypto, $4 million in bug bounties available. It's worthless. We have billions of dollars in equity value in exchanges alone, and there's $4 million up for grabs for anybody who can break all of them. What a joke. This world we knew was not going to last, so we built the future instead, and we brought it to the present. That was our thesis. That underpinned everything to follow. And it was all getting worse. We all saw DeFi summer. We've all seen hacks every year. You guys understand. That's, by the way, this what we had in terms of the billions of dollars in damages over the last few years is the good scenario, right? Had we not come and other players in the security industry to build bug bounty solutions, among other things, we would have been seeing double, triple, quadruple, quintuple the levels of damages, possibly fatal to our industry. Okay? Things were getting worse quickly, and they did get worse. And the hacks that we experience every day are the happy versions. That's the good outcomes. That's the best path. Needed to do something about it. Our hypothesis was this future world of bug bounties is going to come one way or another. The question is it going to take 2 years or is it going to take 10? And that's up to us. That's up to us on how we can show the wider blockchain community that bug bounties are the most effective element of the security stack, bar none, and that large and epic bug bounties are going to be the way to increase overall industry security. If we could prove that, we could bring that world into the future within 2 years. And as a result, save countless billions of dollars in user funds, right? A lot on the line. If we could not, the adoption process would still occur, but it would take 10 years. I'd become an old man, maybe a sad old man, who can say? I'd become an old man in that time, and we would all get mercilessly robbed and hacked ad infinitum, for our stack would not develop. That's the sad panda route. And we hypothesized, yes, that future is coming into being, and we can accelerate the speed with this flywheel. Very simple concept. High impact disclosures. You find a critical vulnerability. That's the first and most important step. That's the real value.
Shows that bounties really work. Projects are like, wow, that's incredibly valuable. That saved me from death. Drives big payouts. Hacker gets paid lots of money. I'm happy. Drives new big bounties. Other projects say, holy moly, it worked to save Polygon. Why won't it work to save me? I should probably do that so that 90% of my net worth locked up in this token isn't eviscerated and destroyed in a single instant. That would be bad. And these bounties attract security talent to our ecosystem, not just security talent to work on bug bounties and to protect projects proactively, but also security talent from the wider Web 2 and software security industry, which at that time was not flowing into crypto at all. We had a few thousand people bearing the entire burden of the industry on their shoulders. It was sad, it was pitiful. We need tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of security personnel in our industry. Okay, big payouts are gonna attract them. And that new labor is driving high impact disclosures, repeating the process over and over and over again. Okay? This is our simple idea. If we could show this, and if we could do this big and at scale, we would bring the future into the present. We would take a 10-year timeline for the adoption of healthy cybersecurity standards for crypto and compress it into just a few years and save countless people billions of dollars in the process and create a new pro-social, healthy security standard for the industry. And guess what? It worked. It worked really, really well. We got huge bug disclosures. The likelihood of a critical on Immunify, we have 330 programs, including almost all the major L1, L2s, and almost all the major DeFi projects. Likelihood of a critical vulnerability is somewhere in the realm of 80 to 90% per year. Big bug disclosures that happen all the time, whether you hear about it or not. Then we publicize them. We push them across our channels. We built our own content. We used PR, thanks to our partners over at M&A PR. We did everything we possibly could. We built a huge Twitter following. We created educational content. We created our own little media world in order to showcase how important bug bounties were going to be to the future. And that everybody in the industry, every single project needed to adopt them, and every single security engineer who's got nothing to do should be working on them. Make great money, help lots of people. It's a good plan. This worked really well. It drove massive community growth. And then we did it over and over and over and over and over again. This brings us to today. Well, this is way outdated. We're way past this, and we're way past 85. We grow, we grow, we grow. Every single month, millions of dollars in payouts are occurring. We are the second largest of all the bug bounty platforms in the world, the only exception being HackerOne, processing several $100 million in bug bounties. It's just us and the world's dominant unicorn at this point. And the payouts were huge, right? 3.4 million, typical month, nothing unusual. That's payments to hackers, that's payments to some of you guys. The largest bug bounties in history. Wormhole bounty, $10 million, a single vulnerability. You can bet that brought probably, some thousands, tens of thousands of security engineers to our industry. And it drove growth in a massive way. We didn't invest in advertising. We built our own channels. We worked with great content creators. We brought a simple message. This is the future. And if we bring it into the present, if we start adopting these bug bounties right now, and we do it in a healthy, pro-security way, we are going to save lots of people money. And everybody wanted to hear that story, and lots of people wanted to tell that story with us. Worked great. And the result of that is Immunify is now the largest security community in the industry. Full stop. Tens of thousands of security engineers in a total population size across all of crypto that is probably less than 40, 50,000 today, honestly, if we're talking about real participation. And that's still huge growth. And over 300 programs working with us. Well, you've already heard this part. It worked. And with every iteration, every feedback loop, we could further validate. We built a data set to prove that it was working more and more. We took our thesis. It was a big jump. We drove it as far as we could. We pushed our standard, and then the data started backing us up. 1 to 100 ratios of payout to damage. Phenomenal ROI on security spend. And now bug bounties have become a standard across the space. But I'll go right to the end. You guys don't need to hear about more giant payouts. You've probably already seen these before, heard about them. Doesn't matter. The future.
Where is it going from here? $1 billion in crypto bug bounty rewards by 2025. We're not there yet. It's 2023. We'll have to see how that presentation pans out. But while the first one is still a work in progress, God willing, the next bull market works out for us all. The second two are already achieved. Hundreds of millions and bounties paid annually, driving huge security activity between us and HackerOne, along with our other partners in the bug bounty industry. There's a lot more doing great work. We are already here, paying out hundreds of millions of dollars annually. Okay? And those numbers are growing by double-digit percentages per year. Very exciting. When I made this prediction in 2021, I didn't think it would happen quite so soon, but here we are. And major projects utilize professional bug bounty programs. This has now become a standard across the industry. Almost every major project is using a bug bounty program hosted by a very high-quality third-party platform, be it Immunefi or any of the other good players out there in the industry. The last one we shall see. But the same way we put this standard into place, we brought the future into the present. We created the flywheel, we validated it, and then we made people hear about it. We told the story far and wide. The same thing that we did for bug bounties needs to be done for 100 other things in our industry. And I hope that by seeing this, you've understood how you could do it for yourself too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mitchell. That was a fantastic talk, man. We're going to take a quick break until 4:15. In the meantime, we will have some more NCon that you're able to claim. We'll leave it up here, so feel free to come up, scan if you need. And then otherwise, we'll see you back here at 4:15. Thanks.
Please welcome back Near Foundation's William Rayner.
All right, hey, welcome back. Quick break, but we have a few more talks before we wrap up the day here at the Layer 2 stage. Up next, we have Rushi Manachi, who is going to be talking about the Move VM meets the modular thesis. Rushi comes to us from New York City, where he's in the East Village, where we coincidentally were staying like a block apart from each other. We just learned that. And fun fact, he used to be a bodybuilder. So please welcome Rushi.
Not much of a bodybuilder anymore. That was a past COVID thing when I don't have anything else to do, and why not lift? But here I'm talking about next-gen virtual machines. Solana's doing pretty well in the market. I didn't buy the dip, so I don't have bags. But the thesis is the EVM is broken, and here we are to bring the next generation of virtual machines. So last year, as I'm sure many of you knew, we saw $3 billion lost to smart contract hacks. That number is up to like 4.2 billion at this point, and it's clear that the EVM needs to be fixed. The biggest flaw is re-entry bugs. We saw the curve attack happen that pretty much almost crippled the entire ecosystem, the DAO attack we know, and most recently Stars Arena, which was a small SocialFi app, and just went down instantly. So Move, for those of you who aren't familiar, was originally designed by the Facebook DM project. This was Facebook's attempt of putting $1 billion in research into the programming language for blockchains. It then split up into two main sectors, Aptos and Sui. But the question is, why Move? What's so important? And there's a few main characteristics that's part of the VM itself. First is a built-in bytecode verifier that checks for resource, type, and memory safety. Basically, you have a boring checking scheme. Won't nerd out too much. There's also built-in bytecode interpreters, defined permissions, and off-chain verification tools that can be compatible. Long story short, when you execute a transaction, it checks, hey, is this transaction integer overflows? Are there bugs in this contract? What are the issues that we see in the Solidity EVM that we can patch with the virtual machine itself? So that's the kind of thesis behind Move, to kind of solve against those attacks. Some comparisons between Solidity, Rust, and Move. The main benefit on Move side is that you have custom resource types. In Solidity, you're kind of locked into the same variables. Move has developers, so if you want to build a gaming module, you can customize the resource semantics for Move itself. It's fairly easy to learn. If you know Rust, it takes around 2 weeks to pick up Move, which if you're looking for a job, I would suggest pick up Move because those average salaries are pretty high. And again, embedded re-entry attack, on-chain protection. So the curve attack, Aave, these can all benefit from integrating Move. So why does this matter of NEAR? What's so important? And as we saw yesterday with the NEAR DA launch, Movement Labs will be bringing its tech stack, specifically the Move VM, to the NEAR DA solution, allowing the NEAR protocol builders, whether you're a consumer app, gaming app, social app, whatever, to unlock the benefits of Move security and parallel processing. Movement networks, diverse system applications can now deploy on NEAR DA, leveraging from sharding and leveraging from high throughput with the benefits of low gas fees. Currently, Ethereum rollups cannot scale with the Move virtual machine because if you're doing the 146,000 TPS that we can do, you probably don't want to be paying $10 in gas every time you're doing transactions. That's why we bring the modular thesis, the ability to tap into alternative DA solutions, cut down gas fees to a fraction of the cents to the point where it can be abstracted away. So DA allows next-gen VMs to really scale and have actual use cases in today's modern infrastructure stack. So if you're building a gaming app, you're building a social app, you can now still leverage Ethereum settlement and security, but use alternative DA layers like NEAR and tap into the security while having low gas costs. Here's a little bit of the architecture where we're building and where we're at. So M1 is our current devnet. You can go docs.moveandlabs.xyz. You can access both app.move, SweMove, which are the two main secs that came out of Facebook's VM project, as well as they're fully EVM compatible. I'll get more into this later, but the biggest pain point that we're seeing is next-gen VMs is great. You have a great VM that's inevitably better than the EVM, but all developers are still learning Solidity. So the question is, how can we scale Solidity and bring next-gen technology to where builders are right now? So we do that through two ways. One is by living on Ethereum itself. So as you look at the architecture, if you're building a custom rollup and eventually our mainnet solution will live on Ethereum settlement, tap into the shared sequencer. So all those downtime issues you saw with Arbitrum, Base, that's not fundamentally possible because we have our own validator set of our 100 validators at the moment, sharing and sequencing and now participating in the settlement of Ethereum and using alternative DA layers like NEAR. So if you're a builder, you want your custom rollup, you want to use the Move execution layer, you want to build on top of Ethereum, you don't want to pay high gas fees, you can launch a custom one-click rollup with your rollup provider of choice, use the favorite DA of your choice, and now leverage a next-gen VM that's also fully EVM compatible. So there's pretty much no reason to not use it. Some main performance here. One of the benefits of Move is dynamic NFTs. I'll give a quick example. So Gunzo, one of the hottest games on the market, they'll have millions of users on the platform if everything goes well, right? And if you're killing a million zombies a day, you probably don't want to be minting 1 million to 1 billion NFTs every day for each trait update. So if you have a gun, you're swapping out the mag, you're swapping the caliber, you don't want to mint a new NFT each time that happens. One of the benefits of Move structure is that you do dynamic NFTs. So let's say, for example, you kill 100 zombies, now you can swap the trait out from the smart contract level itself, so you're not tied to constantly minting new NFTs, which can clog the chain. If you look at DeFi Kingdoms, they literally broke Harmony's chain because they were minting so many NFTs, and that caused them to completely switch new tech stacks. With dynamic NFTs, you no longer have to mint new NFTs each time you upgrade. Instead, you can swap out traits within the smart contract itself. Second thing is modularity. So with your favorite DA of choice, with your favorite settlement of choice, we can bring the Move VM, make it completely compatible. We're on Avalanche right now. We're coming to Ethereum for a mainnet solution, as well as going to other chains. More to come on that later. And the last thing is parallel processing. We all know the benefits of this here. The main benefit is noisy fee markets. So if you look at Arbitrum right now, GMX pretty much crowds that market and causes gas fees to surge, especially in today's amazing market. With parallel processing, there's no need for that because the threads are executed concurrently. So there will never be a spike in gas fees. Instead, they can execute asynchronously. So a little bit of the EVM compatibility, I think that is one of our main value adds that we have. Next-gen VMs have always been a pain point. Solana was great, and we looked at NEAR even in the past. But bringing EVM to these next-gen VMs has been difficult. The way we looked at it was similar to Solang on Solana, right? We're able to build on top of the VM itself, put a transponder at the SDK level, and accept smart contract scripting from another language like Solidity. So basically, the way it works is you can write and move right to the VM itself. That's pretty straightforward. But with Solidity, you can now take the Solidity script. It has 146 opcodes. We then map that to the 54 Move opcodes. It's kind of like a map, if you will. We take the original opcodes from Solidity, map it to original intermediate language called Yule, which is a low-level assembly, and then reconstruct the function on Move. So what that allows you to do is deploy smart contracts like Curve, Aave, Uniswap, all the OG smart contracts. We actually have a fork of Aave working up right now, pretty seamless, end-to-end compatibility, which is really good for gaming apps because now you can have dynamic NFTs and all the benefits of parallelization, but keep your same Solidity code that you're on Polygon, on Immutable, your favorite chain, even near Aurora, and now you can parallelize your smart contracts. The benefits here is full EVM compatibility. You can scale your tech stack without needing to write move. There's not that many Rust developers, as I'm sure many of you know. Keep your Solidity code, just use the benefits of next-gen VM. We have 146,000 TPS. Everyone's probably seen those readings from Aptos, Sui, Solana, et cetera. So in the event that your app hits the market that it needs to, gets those millions of users, now you're not bottlenecked with the broken EVM. You can actually have parallel execution and keep up with throughput. And the last thing is on the security side. So even though we're fully EVM compatible, it still has an underlying move virtual machine. So when you execute that Curve or Aave transaction, it still goes to move provers underneath. So we still have formal verification methods. So in the Curve attack, which is a re-uncertainty bug, that would not be possible with the Solidity transpiler because we would take the Curve smart contracts, transpile it down to move bytecode, launch on the virtual machine, and if there was a Curve smart contract, which was a Viper script that was misupdated, that would not be able to pass through. It would show an error in the CLI, and there would not be the re-uncertainty bug that we saw with Curve. So essentially providing security, the analogy I like to say is essentially auditing the code in real time. It's not exactly true, but I think the numbers are 87% of bugs that the move provers can cover right off the bat. If you pair that with a good auditor and a half-decent coder, now you have a pretty impenetrable code base. So a little bit about where we are. The first thing is modularity. Got into that, won't show that too much. The second thing is being community first. So a lot of these next-gen VMs have the trait of not being community focused. We prioritize our tokenomics in the way we're incentivizing builders. By giving them a large supply of the network, we want to invest in you both from a personal level as well as investing in the tokenomics level. So if the network grows, you grow with us. And also just having a bunch of different networks where we're on MoveVM on Ethereum, MoveVM on Avalanche, making sure that Move is a standard in every ecosystem so it's not a fragmented experience when you have to go to different chains. We're working with a few great bridging providers and more partnerships coming on that front. A little bit of move stack and how we can launch our own rollups. So if you're an app builder, you want to launch your own rollup, whether on Vistara, which just announced a partnership with NearDay, Eclipse, Caldera, whatever, you can choose a D of your choice, choose a rollup stack of your choice. It can be Polygon, CDK, OP Stack, Sovereign Labs. We have integrations with all of them, and tap into shared sequence liquidity. The problem with the rollups right now is you have 100 different rollups, but they're all using their own sequencers, so it's really hard to abstract away liquidity between each different rollup. With our shared sequencer, you can essentially go cross-chain, abstract away all the bridges that you need in between, and it's a much more secure experience. I have 2 more seconds, but I'll get into the use cases. DeFi, don't get your protocols hacked. Gaming, you can have 146,000 TPS, and NFTs are just much cooler with dynamic processing. Here's our ecosystem. I'd love for you guys to join. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Rushi. That was a great talk, and next time I'm in New York, let's go grab some Tompkins Square bagels. I'm down for that. Great. So for our next talk, cue the slide. We're going to talk about efficient resource allocation in DAOs. Joining us is going to be Andre Geest. He's actually coming here from Lisbon, Portugal. So again, one of the few who actually drove here to the conference instead of flew here, and he might have the coolest fun fact of the day at the Layer 2 stage. He actually holds a Guinness World Record. So please welcome Andre to the stage.
Hi everyone, yeah, thanks for the intro. Clearly left all that path long ago. Yeah, I'm going to talk about efficient resource allocation in DAOs. And maybe for those that are here, who's actually active in a DAO as a delegate, as a working group member? Anybody who, perfect, great, two hands up, 3 hands up. So some of the problems or some of the challenges I'll be talking about will be fairly familiar for you. So starting off with what is actually resource allocation. Resource allocation is the way how assets are managed and assigned to support an organization's strategic goals. That sounds quite simple, but is very, very important to get right. Especially with DAOs, it makes sense to compare it with how is resource allocation done in traditional companies. So traditional companies have current and fixed assets on the balance sheet. They have their network of customers, they have IP rights, and they have all the employees and contractors as human capital. If we compare it to DAOs, we have mainly the treasury, and instead of customers, we have the ecosystem. Also, DAOs have their own IP, creating their own IP, but even more important than these tangible and intangible assets is something that we can call goodwill. It's a brand, it's a certain reputation, it's the relations that the DAO forms with regard to their community, to a delegates network, to the service providers that they attract, and it's also just having the access to expertise. I'll focus mainly on treasury allocations. So if we look at the state of DAO treasuries, currently we're at around between 18 and 25 billion if we take most of the DAOs. This changed over the time, and end of 2021 we were at 16 billion, then through the market change it went lower to 8.8, and currently we're back and even beyond at 18.5 billion, also because just a lot of DAOs actually develop their own business models that are developing. These are the most recent numbers from a publication that was done by the ECB in the occasional paper series. And if we look at the purpose of this funding, it's mostly an internal or a more external way. One is developing the technology, the rails, and one is the ecosystem that builds on top of it. So if we map out all the ways that resources can be allocated, there's various different ways. One of them obviously is grants, and probably one of the most prominent ones. But others are also locking and staking mechanisms. There's airdrops being done to certain users or to the ecosystem. There's retroactive rewards. There's funding dependencies, public goods funding, the general treasury management, quadratic funding. So this is actually quite a large surface area that DAOs have, and a lot of different ways that they're allocating resources. If we look at some of the numbers, like how high or how efficient is it, it's really hard to measure that. There's two publications, most recent ones. One is the State of Web3 Grants report that looks at the external funding and says that between June and September of this year, around 13 organizations, which are not only DAOs but also foundations, granted almost $1 billion through grants. And they dive in quite deeply into how efficient it is and how these grants program look at. And then we have on the other side internal resource allocation. So in 2022, around 10 DAOs allocated $100 million to internal DAO labor through working groups. So one sees actually it's not a complete picture, but it's quite relevant or a quite significant amount of funding. So if we see how resources are allocated, it's more on a spectrum, or there's different kinds of tools that DAOs are using, different kinds of organizations, how to deploy these resources. On the one hand, it is deploying it through sub-DAOs, through orgs, through core teams. This is when a DAO gives three things to these sub-orgs. They give a mandate, there's people, and they get a budget. And the resource allocation, the internal one, can be done very flexibly, from very transparent to less transparent. On the other side, we have DAOs that let all their token holders and delegates vote on a right away of resource allocation. And in between, we have, which is most often used, working groups or councils. So a subset of the DAO members that were voted with the authority to deploy capital. And what differentiates if something falls under a working group or if all token holders and delegates vote on it is mostly the amount of funding, that there's a certain threshold. Underneath a certain threshold, the working group can decide rather freely. Above a certain threshold, it has to go through a DAO-wide vote. But the other side is also that the kind of funding often differs. So a lot of DAOs have a grants program with certain limitations or certain directions when it comes to, for instance, only funding resources to projects that are milestone-based, that have a certain timeline to it. So with that, a lot can fall through the cracks and is not actually done by the whole DAO. Going deeply more into working groups and all of the responsibilities, we have a wide array of tasks. We have reviewing of proposals, decision-making, the administrative onboarding of projects, milestone tracking to see if the payouts are being met, support and mentoring the interest to core teams, facilitation of payouts, and much more. So actually, it's kind of like being a one-man band that is trying to do all of these things at the same time. And this leads over to the challenges facing resource allocation, especially with working groups. One of them is an unclear consensus what actually the vision is, what is actually supposed to be funded. This leads to two things. One is excessive spending, and another thing is that community resources are being misallocated. So this doesn't only mean that things are being overpaid, it can also mean that things are underpaid. Very often, the most important things actually that move the needle, that bring the DAO and the protocol forward are rather underpaid, and the ones that are not so important, where more politics are involved, they're overpaid. Then the second point is lack of accountability. Often these working groups do all of these things at the same time, which leads to overhiring of working groups, which leads to them not being as efficient as they could be. The third point is governance capture. Often there's a lot of politics involved. It doesn't necessarily attract the best working group members, and it just sets the authority for the way forward. Two other points are funding limitations, as I talked about. Certain working groups can only allocate a certain kind of funding, so that funding of larger teams, for instance, funding of larger projects cannot be done in an efficient manner. And the last point is also every time that funds are being moved, that certain people can decide about funding, there's certain legal concerns when it comes to tax implementations and when it comes to legal liability. And I want to talk a little bit about how we're currently thinking about it at SafeDAO with a resource allocation framework that we're currently working on. We're calling it the Outcomes-Based Resource Allocation Framework, or OBRA in short. It was originally proposed by Peter Pan from 1KX, and we adapted it to SafeDAO's specific needs. And currently it's in draft stage with SafeDAO, so delegates and guardians of SafeDAO have to signal maturity, and then it will be voted on next week. So the objectives of OBRA, of this resource allocation framework, are four things. One is, how can we get actually alignment within the DAO? How do initiatives, service providers, SafeDAO members know actually what we want to do? Second one is engagement. How can we engage the best talent? How can we engage the best work being put forward? And the third one of the triangle is, how can we make this accountable? All while doing it in a governance minimized way. So really to reduce the surface area that needs decision making. There are four different design principles to that. One is a clear hierarchy, which is a connection between the DAO's mission and its vision and the initiatives. And I'll be talking more about that, how we connect initiatives to the DAO's mission, which is similar to bringing OKRs into DAOs. The second one is developing a clear process. So when can initiatives actually ask for funding? When are initiatives being reviewed? When is the complete hierarchy actually being reviewed? The third one is budgeting, having budgets for certain seasons, for certain strategies, for certain initiatives. And the last one is payout procedure. How do we make it very low operational, very efficient to pay out various kinds of initiatives? And starting off, what is the scope of it? Generally, it tries to capture all kinds of resource allocation. So remembering the map that we saw with all the different ways how resources can be allocated, OBRA tries to capture all of it and give a framework for all of that, with the exception of treasury management, as treasury management is not an expenditure per se, but it's a way how to diversify the treasury. So starting off with the first point of the design principles is the hierarchy. We have the vision of SafeDAO written in our constitution. We have the goals also written in the constitution, which are threefold. And we have initiatives that are applying for funding. And these will be tied together by strategies. So every single initiative on the lower level needs to bring forward a strategy. Every single strategy will have metrics and brings forward the goals, and all the goals together move forward the vision. And giving a concrete example, so the vision of SafeDAO is to establish smart accounts as the default means for Web3 interactions. There's 3 goals. One is foster a vibrant ecosystem, which is the shared components and the standards of the Safe Core protocol and how to empower existing protocols integrating with it. The second one is resilience via decentralization, that Safe should not be dependent on any single entity. The third one is tokenizing value. And zooming into the strategies is an approach to reach these goals. So it's like a direction rather than a destination, and building out the roadmap for the DAO. How can we reach these 3 goals with what kind of strategies? And an example for that is if one looks at the vision and one takes as a goal resilience via decentralization, one of the strategies that we could agree on could be increased governance accessibility through tooling that gives a clear path forward what we want to achieve and how we want to achieve. And then initiatives, for instance, that are building delegates dashboards, analytics dashboards, could be funded as an initiative underneath it. If there is no strategy that fits initiatives, we would have to adapt the strategy or add the strategy in the next cycle, which brings us to the process to create accountability. SafeDAO runs on seasons and sprints. So every season consists of 4 sprints of 4 weeks each. And for the first 3 sprints, this will have a work focus, and the initiatives will bring forward and work on what they want to achieve. Then this is also the time when they can apply for funding. Afterwards, there's going to be a decision DAO-wide if the funding happens or not. And then every single 3rd sprint, so in the 4th sprint, there's going to be a dedicated review cycle. And it's always recurring, so there's no way to not do it. It's really put into a governance framework, into the resource allocation framework, that we're always going to review every 3 seasons. And we're not going to only review initiatives, if they are on track, if the milestones are hit, if they really move forward the strategies, but we're also going to review the strategies in itself. Like, do they still make sense? Did we agree on the right strategies? Do some of them need to be terminated? Do some of them need to be added? Then quickly to budget, there's a budget for specific seasons, there's budget for specific strategies, and there's also something that we call a wildcard strategy. So as initiatives cannot be funded usually if there is no strategy, we also see that maybe one cannot foresee everything, and that there's a need to have this wildcard strategy to be able to fund initiatives, but this will have a lower budget because it's riskier and because the whole DAO didn't agree on it. And the wildcard strategy is meant to see what kind of strategies will we adapt in the future, which can arise out of it. Quickly to payout procedure, we're generally paying out in USDC, so we're streaming the USDC component, which also allows us to fund, for instance, SaaS-like business models, not just grants that are milestone-based that have a finite time. For projects that have a budget or that need less than 10,000, we can also do it more flexible in milestones, and we can also give a lump sum to start the work. And together with the stablecoin amount, there is a safe token as success reward. So key takeaways is really this alignment and engagement through pre-approved strategies, not being able to fund just anything, to really decrease the surface area of what the DAO needs to decide and can decide on a recurring basis. Transparency through process, to always have a review cycle, to have this governance minimization through focusing solely on the strategies and the initiatives that can be funded underneath it. And also, OBRA itself follows an iterative approach. So every single review cycle, we will review OBRA if it needs amendments. at the end of every season. And that's it. That's a quick overview of resource allocation in DAOs. And if you want to see how SafeDAO does their governance, here's a QR code to the governance hub, and you can also follow us on Twitter.
Thank you very much. That was a fantastic talk, Andre. So we got one last talk at the Layer 2 stage coming up, but while we're setting up, I just want to ask anyone in the audience, what's been your favorite thing about NEARCON so far? Raise your hand. I'll call on someone if... White hoodie, favorite part about NEARCON so far? Fun facts. Hey, okay, someone's been in the Layer 2 stage. All right. For our last talk of the day, please welcome Bernard Kronfeldner. He comes from BCG. He leads their European and Middle East blockchain divisions. Fun fact about Bernard is he's actually a certified fitness instructor. He's going to be talking about the next generation of on-chain goods. So please welcome Bernard.
So thank you guys for the nice intro, and to catch up on the fitness trainer, theoretically I'm a fitness trainer. I mean, you don't see it that much, so that's why, I don't have that much time to train. And also I hope after this session, you guys will know what was the best part of NEARCON, because we are up now and we have our panel now. So afterwards, you know which was the best part. Having said that, we have two amazing speakers on the panel today. This is Andrew from A.Land. He's running an eco shooter on a chain. Welcome.
Yeah. Hi there.
And we also got Anna from Rogue Studios, which is basically a social gaming on-chain and a social gaming studio. Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
So, first question to you. I mean, the answer is certainly biased, but why do you think your use cases are the most promising one to have it on chain? Maybe we start with Anna.
Great question. Let me ask you something. Do you think that gamers want to work and play hard for their games and then don't own what they've actually achieved in game? So I think not, right? So the best use for on-chain goods in gaming specifically is there are just so many use cases, right? From owning your weapons, your armor, anything that you earn, and not only earn, but just achieve in your game as an in-game asset forever, regardless of the chain, is a great use case of blockchain technology. So I can talk a lot about that, but the short answer is, in gaming, the ability for players to export and own what they have achieved is just a fantastic use case for the technology.
Mm-hmm. To catch up on this question, then maybe to Andrew directly, why does it have to be on chain?
Okay, so to answer this question, I think we need to start with a problem. So imagine that all the assets that you own are being banned in some day, like it's seen, for example, in Counter-Strike Go. So it's a well-known game, and you can own there some skins, you can do some trading with it, like weapon skins, like some visuals, yeah. But actually, just recently, Counter-Strike Go, they banned like 40 traders in a value of $2 million. They banned their account for trading on third-party marketplaces. So I think the on-chain assets will completely solve this problem, because we got full ownership over our assets, and that gives us obviously opportunities to own them, to trade them, and of course a little bit of monetization opportunities. So yeah, I think these are like new avenues for the users, not just for the developers.
Understood, thank you. Maybe you can name, besides your companies that you both have, some companies that are already tipping their toes into this topic, like big companies, big gaming companies.
Sorry, did you say already big gaming companies?
Can you name some of them?
In Web3 or Web2?
Yes.
So, yes.
Well, the question is, do they consider this topic already as the way forward, or is it just that the small companies or mid-sized companies are starting this and try to conquer the gaming industry first and then to make them aware? So what is the process in the industry, like when you compare small and big companies here?
Yes, it's absolutely been a very controversial topic in the gaming world. In fact, AAA companies in gaming like Ubisoft, at the moment that they started to even mention NFTs and in-game assets, they got a massive pushback by the gaming community, which is crazy. And it's partially because I think this topic is actually not understood very well. So when gamers looked at this initially, they thought that having NFTs or tokenized economy is actually going to be another way for big gaming companies to monetize their gaming experience, right? So they thought, okay, Ubisoft, Blizzard, they're going to get more money out of us, right? And can you blame them? It's a fair way for them to think this way. However, after a bit of education in the gaming community and beyond, and of course with the help of media, we're seeing more and more gamers and more players understanding the benefits of such an approach, that the fact that they can actually own their assets, that it's in their benefit because then they can trade them in multiple marketplaces, so the hard work, the hard time that they've actually committed to the game can then be used by them. It can be monetized if needed, etc. So yes, there's some AAA studios that are starting to look into that. Yes, I think Ubisoft is one of the first big studios that have come into that. But I think the innovation, in my mind, in my personal opinion, is actually happening from smaller studios, like our studios here. Just because there are some studios that are built with digital ownership first, and then they're integrating digital ownerships and game assets in the product, in the games that we create. So having this approach of ownership first, but community first, is a more of a winning strategy than creating a product that is Web 2 first and then tagging on the digital blockchain in-game asset economy later.
I mean, I like the narrative of community first. I mean, this is a theme here at those venues anyway. Do you think that your community that you attract with those, let's say, on-chain gaming and on-chain devices that you have then in your games, is this community, can it serve, so to say, as a snowball effect? Because they are telling their friends and then, the snowball of this can start to also gamers that are not in Web3 yet?
Yes, absolutely. So the virality is a key strategy for Web3. We all know the power of social media, the algorithms, of course, about attracting more people. I think for me, it's not just virality based on monetization, meaning that, okay, refer 5 people and you can get tokens in game. I think quality is important, gameplay is important, and that's why we at Rogues, we're actually a social gaming studio, meaning that the gameplay incorporates social mechanics, that you play with your friends, together with them or against them, right? But the point is that you integrate these mechanics in the gameplay. So things like, okay, invite friends so you can battle with them in game, with and maybe you get a special sword or a special armor. If you've invited 10 friends, you have this kind of, I don't know, a socializer armor or something like that, right? The best person, the best party person or something like that, right? Where you actually have the theme of the game, the social metrics that are linked with the onboarding strategies. I think that's the best combination.
Yeah, I would like to add on the previous point of the big companies tapping into the Web3 space. So yeah, as Anna said, we've seen Ubisoft failing this in 2021, but in 2023 they already have a fully on-chain title. They are doing a card game, which is fully Web3, fully on-chain, and promoted as a Web3 game. I think they know what they're doing. They're just targeting the correct audience, because that experiment with that game where they failed, it was a game played by Web2 gamers, by the community of gamers, and they are not really acceptable for the Web3 stuff. So yeah, the other example is Epic Games. You know, Epic Games is a big player in the game industry with their famous Fortnite. which is like, which became the next metaverse right now, because they launched this, this user-generated content, this editor for the levels, and now you can even publish your game on Fortnite, and it will bring you some money. You can monetize your creations based on the people who come to your game, who visit your world. But actually, they launched a game which is called, I think, Core. It's the name of the game. It's an on-chain game. You can connect MetaMask, and they already made the silent NFT collection, which generated them maybe $18 million, which is just a pass to some restricted area in that game. So this Core looks very similar to Fortnite, but it's more like just an exploration game where you explore different worlds and you can build on top of it. So I think Core is not a game itself. It's a marketing experiment made by Epic Games to test the heat, to test the audience. And then I think they will try to implement it in big commercial grade, so they will go mass with this Web3 stuff. So I think as soon as big players in the gaming industry will implement any Web3 in big titles, the other big game studios will follow them, and also like we will see more and more Web3 games, and I think we will see less and less just crypto native play to earn games, because we've seen a lot of them to fail this business model, to fail their tokenomics, to pivot to other startups, to NFT collections, launchpads, anything but not a game. So.
Mm-hmm. Maybe then directly a follow-up question, because you just said that the big gaming companies are going into this direction. There are already some good examples, yeah, Fortnite and others. What is your business plan then? I mean, do you build such that you get acquired from those players soon, or are you trying with your companies to outnumber the big ones because you have such a better game and such a better offering?
Yeah, so I think we're really the best in what we're doing. So we're revolutionizing the gaming industry with both blockchain and AI, and we will win by speed, by doing everything fast. Because big companies, they're big companies, and they need years to implement some marketing strategies, anything. So they cannot move as fast as small companies can. So we're using all the best, agile methodologies to build as fast as possible in a minimum team.
Mm-hmm.
So
So you're trying to outnumber in a way that you get more players on your platform compared to the big ones. So this is your target.
I think we can have more retention on our on-chain mechanics than those big players, because they will have like retention on their gaming side, and we will build a better game with better gameplay and better on-chain mechanics, because we know what we do, we know the tokenomics, we know how to implement Web3 correctly into the game.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Anar? Same story, that you are building to outperform the others, or are you building to be acquired by the others?
Absolutely. I think the next powerhouses of gaming are born today by companies like ours, like by the people that are building on near and multi-chain. So yes, I think we are definitely building a social gaming world where players are enjoying themselves, and yes, it's achieved with a variety effect. Right, we are acquiring more and more users, and people want to see something else, right? They want to see creativity, they want to see user-generated content, they want to be involved in the process, and those big companies, they cannot really provide this anymore. They never could, to be honest. So the short answer here is yes, we're building our own powerhouse, our own universe, but also with extreme community output, with extreme collaboration, with extreme decentralization on the open web. We're true believers of that. And I think with that, with the open web, it is absolutely possible.
Mm-hmm. So let's reflect maybe a little on the title. The title is actually a saying of this session: beats, skins, and pictures, more or less. Now we were talking a lot about gaming and weapons that you have on-chain and stuff. So what do you find most promising when it comes to, let's say, on-chain goods that are not like cryptocurrencies and stuff like that? So we have, we have beads, skins, pictures, weapons. What else is there? And what is the most promising one? Or let's say 3 most promising ones. So maybe we continue to fill out this list, and then we decide which are the top 3.
I would definitely add digital fashion, phygital.
Yeah.
These are like my favorites to talk about. I don't think about any metaverse stuff and virtual purchases right now because the market isn't ready yet. But if we talk about just regular consumer goods, fashion items, it's really, really aligning with all the NFT, all the on-chain ownership stuff. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I definitely think I support that completely. Working in 3D and 2D, right? People want a new expression of themselves, and they want that digital identity, which has been with us for many years, right? Since Sims. But finally, they have this opportunity to get that digital identity and own it, and most likely be unique and special, and have that record of that identity on chain. So I think that's probably the most compelling use case for on-chain assets. When it comes to music, that's an interesting one. I can't talk a lot, I'm not a specialist in that, but what I've seen is definitely some very interesting propositions in companies trying to digitalize and essentially create audio assets on chain. I think that's a very interesting use case. I haven't seen such a spike in that for some reason. I don't know what the reason would be. Maybe visual art is just easier to be spread and kind of used in the blockchain format. But yes, definitely digital avatars, fashion, and yes, assets in gaming are the top 3.
Maybe let's come back to the music. I mean, it's also the first in our title, yeah, Beats. Why is it making the music industry better? I mean, I'm thinking now, I'm thinking of music, like when you're in a band or a group, and when you have your own music, you go to your record label. You have one record label, and this record label costs a lot of money. They put you under contract. You just earn a fraction out of it. So is this now revolutionizing, like DeFi is revolutionizing the finance world, such that you have a peer-to-peer interaction? Is it here the same, that we don't need those record labels anymore, because those record labels nowadays, they're helping you to go cross-border and to get money from all the radio chains for your music that they are playing? So is this now, when it's on-chain, when your music is on-chain, and everyone that is playing this music basically has to pay, and you basically get royalties for what you have? Yeah? Is it in this industry, in the music industry, is it the same like in DeFi, that you're trying to cancel out the middleman, banks in this case, also trying to cancel out the music industry, like the big label, the big record labels?
Yes, this is the main problem. Specifically for music artists, there is a huge problem of royalties, right? So the middleman, the music industries, is a very unfair industry to the talent, to the creatives. So having the blockchain platforms that are built right now as we speak, right, to again give back the power, give back the ownership, and the monetary value back to the creators is possible with the blockchain. So that's probably the number one priority to decentralize audio production is to cut the middleman and give back money to the creators. So yeah.
Actually, the music industry once was disrupted by the streaming services, like Spotify, Apple Music. They're like killers of the traditional music industry, of the record label, selling albums for cash, selling them to users. Actually, I think on-chain doesn't give too much new opportunities for musicians, because they still have those contracts, they still have those producers. and those producers give them the media coverage, they give almost everything, the advertisements. So I think the musicians can be more successful with on-chain mechanics, with having their own content monetized by on-chain, if they can self-promote. If they cannot, they should go to just traditional record labels and sign that contract. Actually, I can tell a little bit more about the use case that we found out in a collaboration with musicians. Actually, we just recently launched a collaboration with a Ukrainian artist and her record label to sell AI NFT avatars. So AI NFT avatars, these are like AI avatars, which you create with a selfie. You take a selfie, and the selfie converts into your avatar with your appearance. It's obvious, yeah. And then we can store some personality in the avatar. For example, if I'm Andrew Cobble from A-Island, the personality of my avatar will be like Andrew Cobble, the developer of A-Island, the next generation shooter game. And when I go to the game and interact with my avatar, it will respond with my personality in mind. So the same we do with artists. So we do their avatars and sell them as merch to the fans. So these are like new avenues to monetize, and even discussing the monetization with the producers, they came up that that's like a new way of doing things, and they have to define the way it's working because it's already on chain. It has royalties. We have like these payouts in form of royalties for both the record label, for both the pop star, and these are like the way we're doing it. So, yeah.
Actually, I liked a lot the way how you put it. It's basically do peer-to-peer and put your music on chain, and then when you are able to promote yourself. If you're not able to promote yourself, or if this is not your sweet spot, then go again to your old, traditional record labels, because they're helping you and taking money, of course.
Yeah.
So that's I like the
same with game publishers,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's important to go back to the power of the community and the community-generated content as well. I think in the description of this panel, there was a statement essentially that anyone can be a creator, right? And I think for me, this is quite powerful. Again, going back to decentralization, right? So we're removing the middleman. We are acknowledging that creation should not come just from the top, right? It should not come from a big decentralized entity, but should allow those creators in whatever art, whether it's gaming, whether it's music, whether it's visual art, we should allow those people that may not have the confidence that even are creators to create something, put it out there, and allow the community, the people, to then decide, is this thing a good thing? Do I want to buy it? Do I want to trade it? So yeah, I think that's valid in all sectors, and I personally am really bullish on that as well. The power of the user-generated content, of the fact that anyone has access to tools to create on-chain goods and market them, and yeah, becomes the next creator.
Mm-hmm. Maybe let's talk a little about mass adoption. I mean, this is the big theme of Web3 at the moment, anyway. When we look at our topic, like beats, skins, and pictures, and weapons, luxury goods, and so on, I mean, we're talking about the community. And it feels like that a lot of companies are building for the community only. And the community is a Web3 closed shop community. They like it, they love it, they gather at those places. But the mass adoption basically means to jump out of this community to other people. So for our topics here, what are the requirements that such a mass adoption, meaning jumping out of the community, which is a bubble, to other people, what is needed? What are the prerequisites that this will happen, in your view?
I don't think that community as a term is a bubble. Communities have been done successfully in Web 2 for many years. But I suppose in your case, you're talking about Web 3 community, right? And yes, that is a bubble. Yeah. So for me, ideal scenario, yes, we have to go to outside of our bubble at Near or also any chain and just look at creating our communities with consumers, users, players, listeners, however you want to call them, right? But you have to attract them in an extremely non-technical way because you have to provide value that is true to them, that is real value, that is besides the value of monetization or the value of like, well, you're going to earn some tokens. You have to really create a good product that appeals to them, to a high quality, and then they will come to your community. So this has been done for so many years for Web 1, from Web 2, from Web 3. As many experts and many people that have seen the Web 1 boom are saying, right, the same cycle repeats over and over, right? We are in the bubble, then this bubble expands until it reaches a mainstream. So the key to that is just to stop talking to one another in technical terms and like say bravo to one another, but look at how can we provide value in our products so that anyone, non-technical people, non-blockchain people can understand this value and fall in love with that value instead of falling in love into some tokens that they can earn. So there is no other way around, in my opinion. And I'm personally very excited at the challenge as well, because there is still a challenge. We're in a bear market still, but I love that. I think this allows us as companies to think about the value that we can create. It's harder now, right? It's harder now. So we need to think about how can we create this value to people that are outside of our bubble. And yeah, I personally love that challenge, and I'm looking forward to the next stages.
So it's about UX, and it's about what value do you bring. Anything else you want to add, Andrew?
Yeah, actually, I would add, if we targeted the crypto community only, we would focus just on the token, the tokenomics, and the speculation with the token of our game. We will go more DeFi than GameFi, let's say. But we're not doing this. We're targeting the Web 2 community. And the Web 2 community has nothing to do with the crypto at all. So that's why we need like another way of using crypto wallet, not this cold wallet stuff. We need something like account abstraction, social login, seamless login, crypto logins, no transactions, no fees, covering the transaction fees. So this brings us a completely new layer of thinking of developing a product. Like we are developing a user experience which is very seamless, which is very similar to something well-known, something user-friendly for the users, but we're adding a Web3 layer on it. So, but we don't call it crypto, we don't call it blockchain, Web3, we call it monetization opportunities, we call it make money from playing, we call it trade skins and earn. So anything you could imagine that's acceptable by a mind of just a casual gamer, of a 14 years old teen, you know, that's what we are trying to achieve in terms of mass adoption. So when we think about mass adoption, the crypto gaming and owning digital assets to digital shopping, owning NFTs should be as easy as just, you know, buying in-game currencies in your favorite just clicker game, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe let's use the remaining minutes for an adjacent topic, so to say. You mentioned it as well, metaverse. I mean, our topic is a little bit adjacent here. So
my favorite topic, that.
Your favorite, okay. Good then. So how do you see the future of metaverse or web or let's say XR, AR, VR, you name it, because metaverse is not the preferred term, so to say, anymore. How do you see the future after the big launch of the Apple Vision Pro? Do you think that this brings another hype to this XR metaverse topic?
I hope so, but I've been in VR, and I've been in the metaverse before it was called in the metaverse. I've been in VR since 2017, so there were a few headsets before the Apple. So I think the potential is great, but it always takes longer than we envisage, right? 2016, we said it's going to be 5 years, right? Now we're 2023. We're still saying, oh, it's probably a few years ahead. So it's not like I'm not bullish. I'm bullish on the metaverse, but I do think that we need to be careful not to hype ourselves too much and just look at the reality on the ground, right? Apple are the only ones that are releasing a device. Oculus MetaQuest 3 sales have not performed as well as they said they would. And I think in short, I'm hoping that they kick it off, and I'm hoping that at the end of the day, I'm hoping that people find value in VR specifically, right? Yeah, I'll leave that for another panel.
Andrew, will it get a boost when Apple comes out?
I'm not too bullish on metaverse and AR and VR at all. I think that mobile gaming is still outperforming everything that is AI or VR. Especially this launch of this Apple device isn't an innovation at all on the market of the headsets. For example, owning an Oculus Quest is pretty enough to experience all the metaverse that you can experience. So actually, the best of the metaverse experience is just having a VR headset and going to VR chat. That's the most social and active place in the whole metaverse, let's say. And yeah, but actually, if we're talking about gaming, I'm more bullish on gaming in any forms. Web2 gaming, Web3 gaming, doesn't matter. But PC gaming and mobile gaming will outperform AR, VR, and all the metaverse topic for a long time.
Agreed.
Maybe let's go for the remaining minute now to pictures. Does this, and please a quick answer, does this mean that when I take a picture, I publish this on, well, now my Web2, Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever, in the future when there is a Web3 social media out there, that is still owned than my picture, because it's my kind of property, it's my, and I have the rights who is using my picture in the future, maybe get some royalties for that? So how do you see the future of pictures in Web3 social media?
Yeah, I think digital ownership is, and the legal ramifications are a bit trickier. I think in short, ownership is way more decentralized, meaning that sometimes it's quite tricky to track the ownership, right? So in ideal worlds, yes, there is royalties. If this is on chain, then you can see who's produced that digital collectible or NFT. But in reality, I think we're living in a world where reusing of assets happens way more without the credit. So I think for me personally, yes, depends on the use case. But in short, we have to stop thinking about, like, again, I'm producing this, right? I'm producing this picture, it's mine. We need to think more around, I'm producing this. Let's get a movement out of this product, this art, and then I will get the benefit of ownership anyway, right? The next one I produce, I'll get the royalties of that. So it's like, it's more open these days in my mind.
A final sentence to this, Andrew?
I think the NFTs should keep their demand and stay limited.
That was a short and good one.
Yeah.
Anna and Andrew, thank you for your time. Thanks for this vivid discussion. If there is some further questions, I think from the audience, I think you are here around a little bit longer for additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bernard.
Thank you all for that talk, and that does it for the Layer 2 stage today. Thank you everyone for coming out for all the different talks today. Looking forward to some of the events after the talks. We have I believe, a happy hour in the SailGP Lounge, as well as one at the Community HQ, so feel free to check those out. Otherwise, come back here for 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, where we have our final talk on the Layer 2 stage. Thank you, everyone.